me and you, shining like we do, floating on the ceiling where it feels so right, soaring through the clouds across the moonlit sky. All night we got the way with all of our light. Yeah, it's me and you, shining like we do.
Welcome back, everybody, to another great day at the LCK 2020 Summer. It's me, Valdez, once again with my good friend LS, aka Lesnek. And we got a big matchup here to start the day. It is going to be Afrika up against T1. Afrika on a nice roll themselves, and T1 still rolling off of their success from spring. Having a little bit of a slow start, but still the great team that we know them to be.
Yeah, and T1, they had a bit of a shaky series against Hanwha Life, and that is definitely a bit worrisome. And Afrika, they've had some of the easier matchups so far here in Summer, and so this is going to be their first encounter with one of the bigger teams that they're going to end up having to go up against. Points of the match going to be on the screen right now. Match 15, a completely bipolar momentum. DRX with 2 wins in a row versus Sandbox.
Wait, these are the these are the points of the match from yesterday. I was like, I remember them using that phrase yesterday. So I suppose we can kind of ignore those. I might actually have it here quickly. Let me take a look. But yeah.
Bit of a weird champ moment. Honestly, not that big of a deal.
Yeah, actually, I don't have them either. So
the points of the match.
Anyway.
This is ultimately warming up for Ender later on in the LAC
great.
broadcast.
Yeah, that's good.
Couple of hours.
Just introducing Weird Champ a little bit early on in our broadcast.
Exactly. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. Team stats here. Afrika currently first in KDA. Team damage per minute, they are second. And then average game time, both of these teams, honestly, it's like molasses uphill in January, I'll tell you what, as they're both going the distance here.
Yeah. It's could be a slow one to start this, and these two teams have a little bit of a history together as well. LS, Afrika.
Wings.
They do both have wings. I'm glad you pointed that out. That's very important information. But also, Afrika was the one team that really had T1's number for many, many years, even when, you know, they were SKT and they were just winning all the time. T1 always seemed to be that one, or Afrika used to be that one team that always had their number, and we'll see if that kind of comes into here into 2020 as well, as you'll see their lineup here, kind of standard for Afrika nowadays.
Yep, and Keen up on the top side is probably where they're going to find the most success today, up against Kana. That is the matchup that Afrika fans should be looking towards in order to try to get some high hopes. Obviously T1 on the red side, and we'll see what they can manage to actually do as we're back in summer. It is very early on. The T1 draft curses are definitely back in full force.
Yeah.
And we'll see what that ends up meaning as we come into tonight's series. As they're on red side, they have counter picks available.
They do. And it is effort today, by the way. No Curry. That did start, actually, in their previous series up against Hanwha Life. So they had a lot more success when effort did come into the lineup, so that is good to see. And this is going to be our key player matchup of the day. Mystic with some really high numbers here. You noted that they did play up against some of the weaker teams here in the LCK. They played against Sandbox and they played against Team Dynamics, who have yet to prove themselves. So Mystic, you all remember, he had the first pentakill of 2020. It was with Mr. Years, good old 200. And he really popped off in a lot of those games on that champion. Wouldn't be surprised if that gets targeted out up against Teddy, who, I mean, every single time we see this guy, we are impressed. And he has been impressing in recent times on his Ezreal. We kind of get to see the Ezreal difference in LCK, I think, the last time we saw Teddy, compared to some of the other younger members. I remember Dukdam from Team Dynamics trying his hardest, man, to play the Ezreal, but then we saw Teddy come out the next day, and it was like, oh, okay. Now we understand where that power for the Ezreal comes from.
Well, we'll have to see if he ends up playing the Ezreal here today. He's on the camera right now, not putting on the headset, but is talking into the mic, so that is a pretty good power right there. As Afrika, we'll see how they draft blind into T1. And again, we're on 10-12 now. Volibear is an option. We could maybe see Volibear here.
Yeah, you think so?
Well, I mean, if either of these two top laners would pick it, I would actually imagine that it would be Kana. And, I mean, they're starting on red side. So, Volibear should only ever come in as a counter pick. He has so many bad matchups. And I was actually really happy to hear one of the interviews we had earlier on this week with one of the players. They said the same thing. You can't blind Volibear. He has too many bad matchups. He doesn't fit in a lot of comps. And obviously, while this may not be the case in North America, I imagine that this will probably ring true in most of the regions across the world.
Yeah, I would expect that as well. But it is the LCK, and we've seen a lot of strain drafting in the past couple of years. And we'll see if that does continue with the Volibear. And if it does continue with stuff like Ezreal versus Aphelios, saw that a bit yesterday. But we saw other picks too. We saw some Senna priority. Kalista was left available. Saw priority on that pick as well. And so it's not only Ezreal versus Aphelios every single time nowadays. As feels like we're taking a look at pretty much every member here on both sides. Here's Ben joining back up in the LCK alongside Mystic. Not a bad partner to have coming into the LCK.
Yep. And everyone has heat packs right now, which is a little bit surprising because it's very hot in Korea. And so, not expected to have been seeing them.
Yeah.
Now also, the other thing is Fly, he's going in blind against Faker, and so some of the obscure matchups that we could maybe end up seeing if Afrika was starting on red, probably not as likely to come in here. This is a big matchup for both of these teams. Again, Afrika has had a much easier road. T1 really need to get this win. So we'll see how things really start off here. As Set is banned away, Varus taken immediately off the table. And honestly, I mean, I'm a very big fan of just banning Varus and Ezreal on red side, as Aphelios is beatable. But we'll see how it ends up unfolding. Yuumi taken off the table by Afrika. T1 banning away the Kalista. And this means that Ezreal and Aphelios are both up at this point in time.
We've seen sometimes teams on blue ban out Aphelios if they don't want to go and feel forced into picking that pick, but Afrika is not one of them because they do have Mystic, who loves his Aphelios, and they're going to go ahead and ban away TF here, who has risen in popularity here in summer.
We'll see what T1's poison is going to be. Hopefully... I was going to say hopefully Ezreal, but Trundle as a ban away when you're red side is so peculiar to me, because Trundle's a counter pick champion thematically, and so you can draft in a way that doesn't allow him to be picked.
true. But these Korean teams have been prioritizing him so much.
So Aphelios comes in B1, and now T1 can basically layer Afrika in the draft phase and basically just constantly pick champions that outrange him, disengage, and play from afar. And we've talked about this the last couple of days here on the broadcast. I've been very vocal about it on other mediums as well. And some people, their initial reaction to that is, well, it's still not cool that Aphelios demands this kind of approach. And I'm thinking, well, it's really cool to win. So, I mean,
feels pretty good.
I think winning is pretty cool. I'm not sure about you. So, what ends up happening is because Afrika shows their hand first, T1 responds to neutering Aphelios. And if Afrika tries to then respond to neutering what T1's doing, it doesn't matter because the Aphelios is now an anchor that is dragging them down.
Yeah.
And you just keep doing the layering process, and eventually red team will win out at the end, thematically, because you're missing a core component. So T1 with the Ezreal Karma, it is one of my favorite R1 R2s that I look forward to seeing in competitive. And I think that obviously what they're going for is the long range control. Karma, very flexible.
Yep.
Able to go into lots of different avenues. Nidalee coming in so early is very surprising. She doesn't know the matchup that she's going into yet. These are two very hard targets to hit as well. And Nautilus coming in for Afrika, and now Lee Sin into Aphelios. Doesn't also have a kick target on Nautilus. It's very hard for Lee Sin to find his way in, especially when he comes in so early. So I feel like this is just a massive draft blunder.
Yeah.
Because Nautilus and Aphelios, they both say thank you, is all that's happening. And in terms of a vacuum matchup, Lee Sin versus Nidalee, Nidalee doesn't really care all that much. Jace now gonna be taken away.
Korean teams love their Lee Sin. They love the ability to pick single targets, but, you know, ideally, you can look at it and say it the way I just said it, but when we actually get into the game, we see a lot of the times that it does fall flat, and that's part of the reason why we've lost a little faith in Lee Sin as a champion, and also, thematically, with the comps, he's not too happy, so we'll see if Cuz can pull it off, essentially.
I think at this point, R4 Orianna is one of the best options T1 could maybe go with. Alternatively, Karma, she does retain her ability to go mid-top or support. So maybe they'll just put Karma in mid lane.
Grab a Bard.
You could try to grab another support that outranges everything that Afrika's doing.
Yeah.
Bard, a little bit awkward because his ultimate doesn't have a whole lot of follow-up. And Leona being hovered, and Aphelios just continues to scream thank you. As
started well, and now we're kind of
Orianna
dipping off.
R5 is still an option because you have synergy with Leona and Lee Sin. And Orianna very good against Aphelios. Has a lot of long range with the Ezreal. But the way that it's standing, the theme that was opened by T1, R1, R2 with Karma Ezreal has now pivoted into an engagey nature.
Ooh.
And
Urgot returns.
This leaves a lot of wonder, I guess, going on here. Urgot coming in blind.
Yeah, the Urgod.
Yeah.
He had a great game. We saw it once, I think a couple of days ago, or last week, maybe on Sunday. And it did look good.
I mean, I really like that the Urgot, it's another target Lee Sin can't kick. And against Leona, he says thank you for a Fear Beyond Death target.
Yeah.
So I feel like Afrika, barring the Nidalee pick, have drafted in response to what T1's been trying to do pretty reasonably. And what is the Aatrox?
I knew that reaction wasn't going to be great. As Aatrox is locked in. And LS is unhappy. Just another great target that will be... It's going to be difficult for him to hop onto the Aphelios, and now the Aphelios has a lot of protectors to get in the way at the same time. You have the Urgot, the Nautilus, and Aatrox is not going to have a free in through them. So
they'll never win a straight-up team fight. It will never... There is 3 Fear Beyond Death targets. There is no way for Lee Sin to get onto any of those champions. Urgot can stop Lee Sin. Zoe will put him to sleep. Nautilus is going to lock him up. Aphelios is going to say thanks.
Yeah, you're dead.
Aatrox is on red side, so the fact that Afrika is on blue means it's so much easier also to turtle later stage team fights in their blue side jungle, all inside of narrow corridors, which really helps Aphelios and Urgot. So even Zoe to an extent. Now, the one thing T1 does have going for them is they have Karma in mid lane. So Karma with the Lee Sin, the responsibility is on them to somehow find a way to get ahead early. Urgot versus Aatrox, this is a very old matchup. This was honestly one of the bread and butters to top lane. It is Urgot favored. So, or historically, historically it was Urgot favored even when Aatrox was busted. Aatrox has been brought down a peg, as did Urgot a little bit. But I'm curious to see how it's going to actually play out.
Yeah, just in the 1v1 will be interesting to see. But again, it's going to have grander effects on the entire game. I feel like Urgot is just going to be a million times more effective in team fights, as seems like we have a little bit of a toilet issue, actually. We got one of the players had to run to the bathroom quickly, so we'll be right back. We're not going anywhere, but the player will. And, yeah, I don't know. I mean, T1 started off great on their draft. You know, you were talking about R1, R2. And then they saw the Nidalee Nautilus, and somehow that, like, broke their brains. And everything kind of went downhill after that.
So I want to take this opportunity to really dive into the meat of it more, because I feel like it's something that we don't get to spend a whole lot of time on during the draft because of the speed at which it goes, and then once the game gets in, you can talk about team compositions. So Aphelios, even if you ask pro AD carry players how they feel when they're playing against Orianna, Syndra, Azir, any champions that outrange them, Ezreal in mid to late game when he gets his 3-4 items, they will tell you that they hate their lives. They don't have a lot of fun. You can find so many games where the Aphelios' damage and their DPS very, very low because they can't actually interact with their opponents. Even though Aphelios has this really cool kit and he has 200 years, it doesn't matter when the opponents just don't let you ever interact. So when Afrika opens B1, T1 responds Karma Ezreal, which is really reasonable. Karma, multi-role flex, able to go mid, top, and support. Ezreal does beat out Aphelios in the later stages of the game, outranges them, and is also an S-tier AD carry. And so Aphelios has a little bit of an edge early on. This is fine. Passes back over to Afrika. They end up going for Nautilus on B2 along with Nidalee. So the Nidalee comes in blind, and now you know the Nautilus is trying to engage. And because they're trying to engage with Nautilus and Aphelios, and the Nidalee is trying to poke, they're already sort of off theme if you just keep drafting in a way that allows you to dodge around the Nidalee and refuse to let the opponents engage with some sort of a protection.
Yeah. What would have been your R3 pick, you think? Like, what would be a better option compared to the Lee Sin?
I mean, you can just go Graves at that point, and it's fine. Smokescreen, really, really powerful.
Has a decent amount of burst and poke himself.
He has insane clear speed.
Yeah.
You don't need anything super fantastic, and then Graves opens up a lot of options because if you go for an AP top lane with Karma in mid lane, Graves is going to hit like a truck. He's going to have pure lethality, which means that the meta build on like Nidalee, going for the Rod of Ages, she doesn't get the armor until the later stages. Graves is just going to hit like a truck. He can also threaten to one-shot Aphelios. And if they keep doing this hard engage, Graves is really good at that. He's good at mitigating these types of problems. So there's more options than just Graves that's going to exist in the jungle there. Or alternatively, you could just show where Karma's going to end up going. You could choose your support there. And then you move into the ban phase, and things would end up being fine because the opponents already showed a very committed theme to their comp that is really hard to pivot out of before B5.
Yeah. It seems like T1 kind of took a very different approach. They said, oh, okay, you have another squishy. There's the Nautilus, but instead of trying to outrange you and go along with what we've already picked, let's go for stuff that can pick Aphelios / Nidalee and hopefully eliminate one target immediately. At least that's my read on what they're thinking, you know, regardless of if it was the right thing to do. And so they go Lee Sin, Leona, Aatrox, all stuff that can, you know, get into your back line, stun down a squishy target, and hopefully open up that burst. But we'll see how it does work out here in this game. We've seen that many times the comps that run into the Aphelios generally lose. And especially now, it's not even only Aphelios. I feel like Afrika saw what T1 were going for, and they bolstered their kind of composition around Aphelios, picking up the Urgot for extra protection. And he's so great at, you know, taking that tank who's in the front line and the perfect Fear Beyond Death target and just opening up the team fights. He's so good at that. So that was like the biggest pick for me where I was a big fan, actually, the Urgot here, especially because we don't see him too often. So again, that has kind of practiced a lot against this kind of pick. Does T1 as a team know how to play against this kind of pick? It just it seemed very intelligent.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what does end up happening. It's going to be the Conqueror for Keen, so it's not going to be the Spellbook sort of approach to Urgot. And again, just going into everything, T1, they only have Ezreal, especially if Karma's going to go for the supportive style of having the Athenes, the Ardent Sensor, and then getting into Death Cap, whatnot. Maybe Faker will take a different approach and just actually go for the Ludens and go for the AP Glass Cannon. But Ezreal is a standalone poke against Nidalee and Zoe. I mean, Nidalee is just going to out-heal his poke, and then with the other 4 members sort of having a responsibility to engage, Afrika are going to be really happy. So we're going to have to really pay attention to what Cuz and Faker are going to manage to do in the early stages, because it's going to be all eyes on them in order to see what sort of things they can do with mid-jungle priority that we should assume that they reliably get, just given that it is Karma versus Zoe in mid. Especially with Teleport. Fly taking Ignite. Very, very surprising. Yeah, definitely a bit of a weird champ moment there.
We've seen a couple of times where mid laners try to take Ignite on picks usually that are, you know, like a LeBlanc or, I don't know, we saw Kiana one time. That makes a little bit more sense. This is a little bit interesting. The 2 junglers are going to run into each other. Cuz going to get that damage down, but Cuz is in their jungle, so he has to immediately evacuate. As well, taking a bit of damage there was Fly, actually seemed to lose the trade in that one. We saw that Spirit was level 4. He actually had a very fast clear timer. Faster than Cuz. Cuz actually skipping his Krugs. And there's a ward on that for now from the blue team.
Well, let's just take a look at how everything plays out after this, because now everyone knows Lee Sin's clear. Everyone's playing with map hack, and this hurts Lee a lot more than it does Nidalee, because again, the responsibility is on Lee Sin. He's pressured from level 1 with being said, you know, you have to do something. You need to get the ball rolling with your mid laner. And we'll see what ends up transpiring here. Now, Ben and Mystic, they keep piling up this wave. Now, we know that Nidalee is never venturing down here to bot lane. If we identify this wave as 1, and the incoming one is 2, they could insta-shove 2 and then just recall. And then they would end up pulling the wave, and Ezreal and Leona, they wouldn't actually be able to counter-shove fast enough, but you can just see they're being super reserved. With the speed at which they push this, they're never going to get turret plate chip damage. They're not really threatening anything. And so Ezreal, Teddy, and Effort, I mean, they're feeling happy.
Yeah. You saw that effort actually picked up the minion dematerializer. It's you see it every once in a while. These tank supports like it just to open up the free minion essentially, but sometimes they're being pushed in and it's not so easy. We saw that effort took a little bit of pressure off of his lane that way. As Lee Sin just gonna walk on a trap. Definitely awkward as now he's being chased down by Fly. But just wanted to check the dragon, wanted to make sure he wasn't doing it. But.
That is such a pretty Nidalee skin, by the way.
Yeah.
I always bring... Oh!
Not quite on point.
Really
Imagine if he had
close.
landed that with the Zoe follow-up. Could have been deadly, as a lot of skill shots are actually flying every which way.
And once again, what ends up happening is they see Lee Sin, they see 35 CS. You know exactly where he's going, yet again. So it's really hard for Cuz to play when he keeps getting spotted like this, and the waves are the way that they are. And it seems like, I mean, Kana, he is getting shoved in here. We'll see how much CS he can eat, but I mean, this is absolutely result-based analysis. But I mean, it seems like the matchup isn't that different from how it used to be.
Feels pretty similar. I mean, you were talking about some nerfs to both sides. It's mainly just a numbers thing. But the way that the two champions interact isn't going to change too much after some of those nerfs. As Faker's going to be caught here, actually. See you later. Fear Beyond Death. That's going to be first blood already to Keen in the top lane. And let me tell you guys, if you don't know Keen, you don't want to feed this guy. Especially on a champion like Urgot. He's going to be having a lot of fun after picking up that first blood.
Well, I mean, it's already a 1,000 gold lead here for Afrika. Oh, man.
Leona feels not so happy running into the Aphelios already. Tried to get a very aggressive trade under the turret, but they were just barely out of range, and so wasn't able to do much, especially because Ezreal wasn't able to get too much effective damage, as we're going to see how Faker got caught here.
So they see Faker going for the honey fruit. He's feeling a little bit hungry. He ends up getting
before the game.
put to sleep. And honestly, I mean, Keen just casting the ultimate very early. Fear Beyond Death, put Faker into the grinder. And yeah, it's, you know, tasted like World Cone, I guess. Is what
Oh, no. Oh, boy. For you guys who don't know, Faker is
the face of the World Cone ice cream cones.
It's a great ice cream.
It is.
Actually,
No, it's really good.
It was my favorite ice cream when I first came to Korea.
Yep, same.
And I used to eat it actually a lot back when I was younger, and I didn't have to, you know, I could have it very often and not worry too much about the calories and stuff like that. But it's very delicious. So
it is.
Actually, it makes sense. And either way, I mean, we've seen Karma's kind of get caught mid lane in that exact fashion. So Faker is going to have to be a little bit careful, especially now that he doesn't have flash. And Cuz now finally getting to work on that Ocean Drake, although there's a ton of pings onto it. So Afrika absolutely no.
Yeah, and Teddy's in a very awkward spot. You can see the effort. Doesn't really know what he wants to do. I think they're just going to give it up, or I can't. Yeah, it looks like they're just going to give it up. So a little bit surprising. And Effort's just going to be allowed to walk back into the lane. Keen now with the Phage and the Executioners here on Urgot. Spirit may be looking for something, but it seems like we're actually just content to play ping pong with all of the waves.
Yeah, I saw that Spirit was a little bit apprehensive to just run down towards the ward. He wanted to stay out of vision, so he waited until Ben went over, cleared the ward, and it is a fight for vision down on the bottom side that is going on here. Spirit considering going for this Rift Herald at 9.5 minutes, which could be actually considered a little bit late for the Korean region. They love their early Rift Heralds.
Well, seems like Afrika, they're just looking to make something happen, but some really good wards by T1 is keeping tabs on everything. Meanwhile, Teddy farming up his tier right now with his Sheen. And it seems like we have a rotation for the Herald, but this can get very, very scary. Efforts here as well, though.
Yeah, trying to get this 4v3 going, and he is on vision. Trying to poke the eye here. It's going to go down to 72, and just trying to steal that was a bit of a mistake as he goes down. And they're going to hand that one over to Cuz, who now, against no jungler, should be feeling pretty happy.
Yeah, and I mean, that was just really surprising because they saw effort literally walk right in. So I have no idea what Spirit was thinking. It's not the end of the world to just give over the Herald at that point in time because everyone's feeling pretty good. You're ahead the first blood and the first blood assist, so you already have some gold under your belt in pretty key champions. And I mean, let's just take a look. They literally see effort. What do you want me to say here, Valdez?
They just greeted for it because the eye was facing them, you know?
Unacceptable. This is like when you bring home the report card and you get a 99, and then they, you know, and then yeah, could have gotten 100.
Yeah, big mistake. That report card.
You bring home a report card, you get 100 on it, and then your mom asks, "Was there extra credit?" Was there 102?
Yeah, but Harvard still didn't accept you, so it doesn't matter. Feels bad, man. I'm sure everybody can relate. Very intelligent chat we got, of course. And, yeah, trying to get aggressive as T1 in the enemy jungle. Just going for a little bit of a walk, it seems, but not too much avail.
Ooh. Very, very close. As Filio setting up a turret. And I have no idea how that landed. That was cheating. What was that?
He has a very thin...
Oh!
Oh, he wasn't able to get over the wall. He's going to have to flash here, but he actually flashes north.
Yep.
Interesting. He didn't want to get rooted by Mystic, it appears. Maybe ulted and then rooted. He probably would have been followed up on.
Yeah.
So ends up being the more intelligent play. That one fell a little bit short.
And Fly picking up a heal for himself. More turret plates going down here in bottom. I mean, Teddy and Effort, they've done a pretty good job, though, to not hemorrhage any of the turret plates. Keen playing very reserved. Somehow, Kana has a very big XP lead, and I'm not sure how this unfolded. I mean, okay, well, that's unfortunate. It must have just been because... Oh, I guess it's not that big, actually. Keen has level 10. No, I'm just going to stop talking. Take it away.
Yeah, I mean, there is a little bit of a lead, right? And that must have come from Keen's roams, right? He went bottom side to pick up the first blood, and then he also went there to get the flash from Faker on the follow-up. So, it does make sense, but it's not really that big of a lead, as you were eventually alluding to. And he's been one of the guys that's been creating most of the action in this game. We did have the 1-kill greeting for the Rift Herald steal. But other than that, it was Keen active on the map.
Yep.
Don't see that all the time from top laners.
And the Infernal Dragon is coming up. Faker ends up getting the Scuttle Crab, so they'll have that advantage at it. The gold score is just neck and neck right now, though. Pretty much across the board. And this is pretty much expected, though, that T1 should be in a pretty good position early mid and then start to really waver in the later stages. Not super unexpected. If they give away this Infernal Dragon, it definitely is a pretty big feels bad man moment. And, okay, well, Kana's ahead a wee bit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah, and it looks like actually, yeah, it's just going to be the Infernal given over for free to Afrika, so...
Yeah, pushing mid, pushing bot. And they might actually get a decent engage here. Effort doesn't have flash right now. He's going to get knocked up.
Yeah.
Stopwatch will save him for just a small moment in time, but he gets sniped by Aphelios out of all people as Cuz tries to kick to keep this one going. A decent amount of burst damage onto Spirit. But there we go. We got the trouble bubble onto the Ezreal, who has nothing. He's going to get bursted down immediately. And how about another kill to the Aphelios? Let's add on to the years. Why not? He is now 2-0.
Yeah, read his stat line.
Yeah.
He's got a 200 gold bounty. He's 2-0-0.
How is that even possible? Someone take a picture quick. Like, this doesn't happen. This only happens like once every 10 years or something. It's like a solar eclipse.
Like Pennywise. Oh, man.
It explains everything.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, just watch Lee Sin when he lands the Resonating Strike on Aphelios. It really just seals in the flavor here.
Yeah.
So he lands the Q and he's like, I'm not going in.
Like, actually, never mind. He kicks the Nautilus. Like, you get cuts in this fight. Like, what is
it's really hard to approach from this. And I mean, this is just unfortunate effort. Went over the wall. Really good response by Afrika. They pick up themselves a couple of kills, and they get the dragon.
Yeah.
It's really hard to play the fights. It's very Lee Sin can't go in. That's the whole problem. You know, I don't know what is expected out of Cuz. He actually has to really just outplay Afrika so unreasonably. When you think about what he needs to do in order to make the champion actually effective in the team fights, it's pretty outrageous. And if he manages to do it, it's a testament to his own ability as a player.
Yeah. This is, he drafted himself into a corner, essentially. Not saying it was Cuz's decision, but we're seeing it before our eyes. Exactly what you were talking about in the pick ban. The difficulty of Lee Sin into Aphelios, not to mention all of Aphelios' friends. And now that the Aphelios comp is getting ahead, they're just feeling better and better. I mean, you're looking at Ezreal, Karma, Aatrox, right? They're all kind of liking the mid-game, hitting about 2 items, right? But then eventually, I mean, the Aphelios is going to get out of control. The Urgot is going to be unkillable. And
the thing is
it's going to be out of control.
Aatrox and Lee Sin will never be able to follow up with Leona, because if Urgot gets his ultimate off in the fear, everyone's just useless in the team fight. So the problem for Karma is that she's going the supportive route with the Athene's first item, and following this up, Ezreal, it looks like he's going for Iceborne Gauntlet. There's not going to be a lot of damage, so how do you chew through the heals that Nidalee is going to offer? And then Urgot shields. It's going to be very, very hard. And to make matters worse, Afrika, they rolled the best dragon they could hope for in the transition, which is the Mountain.
Wow. Imagine trying to chew through Nautilus Urgot with a couple, or even 3 Mountain Drakes, if they continue to
18% amp.
Keep it going with the snowball they've built.
Likewise, it's very big if T1 can actually get this away. So we'll see what ends up happening. I mean, that Drake is going to be do or die, and it's going to be really important to see if Teddy can actually have his Miramana online by that point. So we're going to have to see. The other thing is that Kana, with the Death Dance first, he will have access to the CDR. Oh, man. Effort having to flash away.
And he still might be in trouble. Has to blow his own ult to get out of harm's way.
And I don't think that... Oh, no.
Okay, now we got Lee Sin, who got slept up. And there it is, the pick and the burst that they have on these melee champions that can't even get close. It's sad to watch if you're a Lee Sin player. This is like a doomsday draft for you. Not feeling very good about it. And so, I mean, just like that, it seemed like nothing really was happening. Effort walks forward a little bit too much, and all of a sudden, the entire map is now being controlled by Afrika.
Yeah, I mean, things just continue to get worse. You have Faker Split pushing up in top lane. I mean, he is getting a lot of damage onto that turret, but Mountain Drake's going to go over to Afrika, and Fly is about to fly up here into top lane, and Faker, if he gets tagged, he's dead. But it looks like Fly's not even going to actually... Oh, no.
Tried for it.
Yeah. I didn't quite see Zoe's armor before this, but definitely getting a little bit of value here. And the thing is that, remember, Ezreal does not build Pen.
Yeah.
So Mountain Drakes is something that he really, really hates because he just relies on base damage to really carry him through things. And he's the only one. Karma not going to be able to offer enough because in the team fights, she wants to be saving her R for her E. So she's not even going to have the mantra enhanced Q. Well, let's just take a look at this. Effort, I mean, I have no idea what he's doing there.
Hitbox.
He is by himself.
Yeah.
Lee Sin is 3,000 range to the north. And Solar Flare comes out. Cuz comes in. I mean, they're all just greeting for vision that is luxurious in nature.
Yeah.
And they're getting punished for it, but it probably doesn't feel too fun with what's going on. You know that Faker's going to push top lane. You're going to surrender the Mountain Drake anyway.
Yeah. And the Zoe, you remember the Zoe was the last pick. It feels really fantastic when you're ahead. As Spirit actually is able to hop away from the kick. So you talked about Nidalee not caring about Lee Sin. There's another good example, just in a very small microcosm of the game.
The other thing is that once she has Zanya's Hourglass, she's not really a kick target. You can't kick Nautilus. You can't kick Urgot. It's really hard to kick Zoe or Aphelios.
Yeah. Because
you'll just get locked up in your attempt to do it, or you'll get put to sleep.
Yeah. And Mystic has Cleanse, so worst case scenario, Cleanse Flash. Like, you're still... It's still not going to be, you know, you win the game with your kick flash.
And red side Lee Sin is also much harder to make work. This is also a problem that many other champions have on red side, most notably red side Kennen. It's harder to find flanks, harder to find angles to get behind the opponent, whereas blue side Lee Sin, you can, I wish I could draw on the minimap right now, you can utilize much more of the jungle.
Oh boy, here we go. Fear Beyond Death, they're just chomping him down from such long range, and they don't even need that ultimate. Mystic just gonna walk forward, and T1 kind of, you know, the game's not over, but it feels like they're just defeated at every turn. Everybody's getting picked left and right, and the amount of pick that this Afrika comp, I kind of underestimated it before seeing it. It's pretty intense, especially when T1 are just running in, trying to secure some kind of vision from behind, but failing.
Well,
okay.
The gold lead extends to 3,000, but remember, the Mountain and the Infernal is adding a couple hundred gold to everyone. And Kana just trying to shove in bot lane, but he can't really move Urgot. So definitely a bit of a problem. We're back in early 2019 here.
Yeah. See the turret health. It's like kind of showing you the story of that.
The only way, oh, Mystic might have to, no, he's not going to have to flash. Mystic just needs to be very careful. He swaps over to Crescendum. And now back to Caitlyn.
Yeah.
We can, you know, I mean, he's Chameleon. So, did you ever play Mortal Kombat?
Yeah.
Okay, he's Chameleon.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Max, you know, kind of leaving me alone there on that.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
He didn't get
so.
it?
If I remember
He wasn't a Mortal Kombat guy?
Yeah, he was not a Mortal Kombat guy. So, Aphelios is definitely Chameleon. Yeah.
I could see it. He does so many great things, and he looks great.
Yeah.
Against melee champions. That's for sure.
And, I mean, Chameleon had his weaknesses.
True. I don't remember
Female
what they were.
Was, right? The female ninja Chameleon?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
I'm
actually
blanking.
Yeah. Either way, you talked about how important these Mountain Drakes were. The first one was taken because Cuz kind of died after trying to take down the Vision.
Yeah.
We have another one coming here in 30 seconds, and you can see that T1 is more careful about it because they have to know if they go down 2, it's like pretty much just let's start talking about game 2.
Because
wow.
And, you know, good intention. He's hoping to try to get something. You got to be real careful against that gun setup that Aphelios has right now. He's just getting himself a shield. He swaps over to Twitch.
Yeah. Did you see them both try to ultimate Mystic and they didn't even make it through the shield?
Yeah.
Well, there's the engage. It did. And
that's very big.
Cuz is able to hop away.
And
Freka still have position though on the Drake.
Phalanx right now and just move into the mountain.
Yeah.
And as long as you protect Mr. 200, everything is going to be A-okay. And again, Mystic, yes, Twitch enabled.
It's going to be an easy take. And already, that's going to come into effect for the potential fight that's going to break out here. T1 really want to take a fight
I don't know what T1 are hoping to achieve here.
They're desperate for a fight, but look at this. Trying to fight front to back, but Kana's got a pretty decent angle here. Ben does have to get away as...
Oh,
like
fake.
that. Okay, he is going to have to flash the wall just to get away, and just barely not able to land that one was Fly. And after all of that, they're not able to really secure any kills. Leona's ultimate still on cooldown. Looks like T1 will just look to take this mid-tier 1.
T1's going to get the mid-tier 1, but it was another mountain going over, so Soul Point is being threatened. And with 12% amp, these champions that are squishies are starting to become almost off-tanks. So...
Aphelios the off-tank with Death Stance. Seems good.
Well, 4 minutes until that mountain comes up.
I want to see some of the tanky boys in their lineup.
Let's take a look at this team fight. So, we said that Mystic had Twitch enabled, and obviously I'm referring to the Crescendum is available. And so you have to be really careful. Now remember, Fear Beyond Death was not available here. Neither was Nautilus Ultimate. And so they land the hook onto Effort. And Kana, he was doing a really good job with a lot of his knockups. Spirit actually missed his flight. Doesn't really matter all that much. Fly hits the sleep on Faker, but Ben just barely missed the dredge line. Still got the flash out of Karma. She won't have that now for the next Mountain Drake fight. And that's going to be really, really scary. And also, we see Faker actually deviating even further away from the AP Karma, which I think would have been really necessary, but he can't really get... I mean, he would have to go Void Staff at this point, which he probably thinks that he can't go into. And so he's going to get the Ardent Sensor to try to put some more faith in his teammates, but the issue is that who's really making use of Ardent Sensor? Atrox is... I mean, he's autoing sometimes, sure.
It's kind of like a rhetorical question, almost. Teddy's going to mostly be poking from range.
Caitlyn, currently enabled.
Yes, that's Caitlyn. Who's the Infernum? Is that like Sivir or something? Like,
ooh, the red one? Jinx.
The red? No, not the red one. That's Severum. The blue one.
Blue one?
Yeah, like the AoE one. Where you, is that like Tristana?
Blue, no, yeah, sure.
Tristana, where it's like
one,
you can AoE. And
Oh no, yeah.
Okay, they're gonna burn the flash and the cleanse here, but still having trouble getting on top of that champion, as down will go the Leona just like that. The follow-up there was pretty intense. It was 4v5, by the way, as they're able to pull that off. And now Kana in a bit of trouble. Fear Beyond Death is going to be flashed. But Keen's still full health, and they have GLP. Oh man,
gone.
He's dead. See ya. Down he does go. That's 2 for none right away. And they pretty much can do whatever they want. I think they'll just run at the Baron and try to zone away Cuz.
Well, now they're going to go over to the Baron. They're going to kill the Blast Cone. They're not Fnatic. You can watch them play later on tonight. As Cuz does manage to at least get the flash out of Fly. Oh, man.
What is going on? It's like one auto over the wall. Cuz is able to get a little bit of health back. All these Fear Beyonds.
Not a good look.
Yeah.
It's not a good look.
This is not, I don't know. Urgot's still strong, but you got to hit some of those abilities.
This is the one way to lose the game, by the way, because there's 45 seconds till Mountain. They could just stop it, back up, let it reset.
Don't even.
Go to Mountain. There's... Keen, honestly, Keen is such a nice guy. He is not trying to...
Excellent fellow. Zergot, well, he had the first blood king, so we'll give that to him. That one landed. You know, honestly, I think Fly just needs to sleep more targets, and then and maybe it'll look a little bit better.
And I mean, let's take a look at this. They go in on Aphelios, but what are you gonna do? He has the double Mountain right now. He also has the Death Stance. He ends up whipping the Moonlight Vigil, but it just doesn't matter. He's all the way back to full HP. There's just no way to realistically engage. It's so unrealistic, and I love the unironic comments that sometimes get made where people will say that the players aren't robots. You're damn right they're not robots, which is why D1 can't find an opening.
All right, well, that's going to go the way of Afrika, and they pick up the Mountain Soul. Cuz desperately trying to get onto Mystic. He survives for so long. How is he not dead? Finally, 1,000 gold is going to go the way of Kana, but it just doesn't matter. All of Aphelios' friends are there to back him up. They're going to beat up the bullies and try to take him down as Teddy is okay. Spirit getting pretty feisty. Doesn't quite land it there, but it does not matter. As Afrika pick up the Mountain Soul, they take out the jungler, and maybe now they'll take the Baron.
Well, with Mountain Soul, it's going to be near impossible. Ezreal can't shoot through anything anymore. Nidalee heals, plus the passive from Soul constantly coming up. There's really no hope. The only out is some sort of a miracle Elder Dragon steal into a teamfight win. Now let's just take a look at this. As everyone guns for Aphelios, and Mystic just keeps healing, and he's so tanky. By the way, 18% damage to his resistances, and Kana, honestly, he's doing a really good job this game. He's trying his best given the circumstances. Teddy also doing really good. But it's just such a hard deficit to try to overcome.
Yeah.
Rabadon's death cap almost completed for Zoe.
And after seeing that replay, I feel like I can hear through the internet, maybe I'm connected through my headphones, I can hear people saying, oh my god, Aphelios is so broken.
Yeah.
How is this champion allowed in the game? What have you done, Riot? As I watch Effort, Cuz, and Kana desperately try to get in melee range, and like, he's already 5-1 with 4 items and a Mountain Soul. Like, of course you're not going to be able to kill him. It was hard to do it in the early game too. And that's why drafts matter, boys and girls.
Well, they had a window to try to get ahead this game, and it would have been early and mid.
Effort's dead. Just a side casualty going down, I could say.
There's not a real way to resist this. Mystic, right now, he has Twitch enabled. And so he's looking for close quarter combat.
They're just going straight down.
Swaps over to Caitlyn.
They don't even need Baron. They're so tanky. All of Teddy's poke is negated. And he's really the only one poking. And there is the pick. And there is the kill. This game might just be over as Mystic still full health. He's beginning to just Tristana down a couple people in their base. And yeah, they're just going to go for it here. We do see the respawns trying to come in, but they don't have Ezreal, and he was their only hope. And that's going to do it. Mystic just going to take down yet another kill. And that will be the end of the game. They're not going to focus down the Nexus. They want to pad their KDAs because who wouldn't want to? But there you go. GG, 14-2 was the kills. We saw 2 kills out of T1 in that game.
You know, I'll be completely honest. I'm not really so worried. This is just one of those random...
This feels like a joke. Like the production puts the camera on the Mystic. Like, oh yeah, I guess it was Mystic. You know, not Aphelios into that comp. That was the real MVP of this game.
Well, the thing is if you're a T1 fan, you don't really have to worry that much. You just have to flip the coin next draft and hope that it comes up heads. I think it was really impossible for that T1 draft to really do anything unless you do unrealistic stretches of the imagination beyond the first 14 minutes of the game with Karma Lee Sin. But they were never able to really do anything. And even then, I mean, Zoe has to really mess up. So does Nidalee. It's just not very fair. The top lane matchup, they picked Aatrox into Urgot, and then I was actually thinking that, wait a minute, World Ender Revive is not there, which means that the Urgot Atrox minigame no longer exists. So I can't imagine why they think that matchup is somehow ideal. And the Urgot came in blind. They drafted headfirst into a B1 Aphelios. You hate to see it, man. You really, really hate to see it. But
Yeah,
again,
you do.
if you're a T1 fan, don't worry about this. Sometimes these happen. You know?
Yeah, they do.
Almost like it's by chance.
T1, you know, they're a great team, but it does feel like a little bit of loss in Champ Select, you know. I think against a weaker team, perhaps they would have been able to flex and get a team, but it does feel like a little bit of loss in Champ Select, you know. I think against a weaker team, perhaps they would have been able to flex and get some of those early advantages that you were talking about, but Afrika played really well that game. They played a great game, they had a better draft, and they were able to make T1 look like the weaker team.
This was an annihilation in draft phase. If T1 has a Afrika's draft, they never lose the game.
It does feel that way.
But unfortunately, they're not robots. So very, very unfortunate there. Now, draft losses of this nature are not common. So game number 2, I'm not really super worried. T1 can easily bounce back.
Yeah, that's what we are expecting.
Yeah.
We are going to have to see how that pick ban does come into effect and what champions do get selected with the different sides and all that fun stuff. But first, guys, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, game number 2.
흔들리지 마라.
이신 공간 좀
끝내자.
타워부터
얘네가 들어와야 돼.
오케이 천천히 해봐
레오나.
할게.
타워 쳐 음파 맞았다
리신.
이신
정준영 살려. 야 죽이지
앞에
마.
볼게.
아트 봐봐. 아트록스.
아트 잡자
개풀 있어.
할만해?
야 이거 카르마 소면이고.
아트부터 잡자. 안 되겠다.
나 이거 끝내
야 그만 줘.
아니 잘했어 얘들아
나이스.
We are about to put it all on the line here to kick off the first series between Don't Wanna Go versus
Greatly Reluctant Fighters.
I tried. I failed. Much like them.
Oh my god, okay. We gotta pull it together. We gotta pull it together for one more game.
Okay, let's break it down.
Yeah.
Let's break it down. I don't think we necessarily did pull it together as effectively as we wanted to.
I don't think they did either.
of the video just to make sure there's no bottoms. Good boy. There's a theory that my cat actually was in a fight with a big dog. He's got these scars here on his back. He used to be a stray. Yeah, and if he's alive and he looks like this, obviously he won the fight and he killed a giant animal. That's what we assume, because he's a bit of a badass.
But what if it just means he escaped?
No, he didn't escape. You haven't met this cat. He wouldn't run from a fight. No.
What?
I have arrived.
Yeah,
We're
exactly.
here.
Well,
Episode 4. What was the name of that one?
episode 4 is A New Hope.
A New Hope. Yeah, I'm the New Hope of the Pog State. I'm looking to bring back this
Balance?
the balance to the force of this podcast.
Of the desk.
I roll. He played so many games of Hack Splice set, right?
Oh my
that's-
god, and his level 1 flashes. Oh,
Yeah,
so
I
good.
mean,
The
like
alpha.
that. We need more of that. The alpha
Hell
male
yeah, dude.
style, LCK, you know?
But that's actually a name that a ex-Slovenian player that used to be high elo and had team offers and stuff used, so I'm using that name in honor of him. But no, I'm not a Clear fanboy.
But that's kind of the fun of it, right? Like, that is what sports is, right? So,
like when you just said character instead of champion, they're gonna.
yeah, they're gonna be like, oh, this guy doesn't know. He's trying to play Overwatch out here.
Appropriate time-based greeting. I am Max Atlas Anderson, and this is LCK News. It was the first week of LCK for the Summer Split, but before we get into the results, we need to cover what has changed since the Spring Split. Starting at the top, T1 made very few changes in the off-season, most notable being that Closer changed the S in his name to a Z. Yeah, that's it. Gen.G, however, made a big move. Longtime coach Edgar has left the team, and coach Odin has stepped up to replace him as interim head coach. Edgar was with Gen.G from back in 2013, when the team was known as Samsung White and Blue, and stayed as they changed to Samsung Galaxy in 2014 to 17, KSV in 2018, and Gen.G until spring of 2020. During his time, he claimed 2 World Championship titles with Samsung White in 2014 and Samsung Galaxy in 2017. Needless to say, Odin has some pretty big shoes to fill. Things were quiet, however, on the DRX front, although they did officially rename to just DRX instead of Dragon X. So, there's that. Similarly for Damwon, they made few changes to the team, but Zephyr was named officially as head coach. He was interim head coach prior to this, and Ghost has officially moved to starting marksman for the team, to absolutely no one's surprise. Here's where we get to the juicy changes, though. KT Rollster. They've called back some former KT solo laners to augment their current roster. Yukal rejoins alongside Kuro in mid, as well as Smeb making his re-debut after a season away from the stage, joining Soan on the top side. I know many are nostalgically looking forward to when the former Rox Tigers solo laners take to the Rift together again. And also Acorn, who joined as a coach at the start of the year, renamed from Chunju back to Acorn, but I think we all still called him Acorn anyway. Are you ready for the clap?
I'm checking. The comp.
It's just time to clip. Okay, I will clip. You clip. Good. All right. Okay. Clap.
Okay.
Yeah? Yeah. Yeah, okay. I'll do my clappy clap. Max's clappy clap. Do clappy clap number 2. Oh, look at Ellis. Just do it. Do it again. Do it. Give us another one. Give us 2. Oh, he was so good at it, though. All right. And
Go. Nice. Jesus. Yeah, go ahead.
Welcome back everybody to the Friday night's LCK analyst desk. We'll be joined by Jonghyun Lee. And our analysts are Lyra and Kwan. And this is season with the desk translation. Africa is aiming for that undefeated score, and this game around, Africa was having an easy win up against T1. Mystic, with this win, is keeping its undefeated affiliates record in here, LCK Summer Split. Once again, we saw another affiliate in Ezreal trade, and Pawn, based on his experience, it's really hard to play into Tennis Ezreal, so with his Karma Ezreal comp, they're having a lot of pressure in mid and bot, and they were trying to kind of boost Ezreal for the late game. Africa got most of the blind picks in all of the lanes. And looking at their comp, there were a lot of poke abilities like Zoe's Sleepy Trouble Bubble, Needless Spear, so they can just burst down one opponent and pick every kill they want to make. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. So Nidalee was the one that started the Herald, but T1 managed to finish it and pick up the eye. So with this vision, well, the supporters were putting a lot of effort to kind of get their vision to kind of add more power for that Herald try. So based on that vision, T1 kind of can tell that Africa was rotating for that Herald try. But Africa, they were trying to make an attempt that they were kind of acting as if they were going for the Herald, but with that ward behind the Dragon's Pit, they had all the idea and information. So Africa, they were trying to min-max all the profits they can make. They actually missed out there was a ward behind Dragon's Pit. So, well, as soon as they realized that the Africa Patios were going back to their lane, Effort was just simply was able to just join their remaining teammates trying that Herald. Spirit was actually being a little bit greedy, trying to get most of the profits in all 3 lanes, but with that information, Effort was just having all the information. Effort was able to move up to the Rift Herald. But here, Africa had a very winning fight. So, I mean, based on the wave situation and all their visions, maybe T1 shouldn't have contested for it. And at the same time, T1 had to go in and push through that dragon without no summoner spells. So, which was a very risky try. So plan A should have been just letting Africa take the dragon, and maybe they had to focus on the wave situation, but they were going in for the dragon with all the pressure about the objective control. And in addition to that, Cuz was a little bit indecisive for that dragon try. So that was a very not ideal, risky attempt coming from T1, so maybe they should have chosen for a different option. Then let's check out the player of the game on the side of Africa Freaks. Pawn thinks that Fly would get it, but it was Ben on the Nautilus. He was the main initiator, engaging all the team fight in the front line. So as Pawn is a mid laner, he thought it will be Ben or Fly, but indeed Ben was really outstanding on his performance in game number 1. Because had a lot of isolated that throughout the game, and also he got picked up a lot because of the power and the synergy of Africa's CC chain. And as Pawn mentioned, Fly also picked up a lot of votes here, but with the casting votes, Ben secured his POG point here. And we can tell that both mid laner and the support was doing a lot of work in this game. And let's check out whether Africa can get another win of the split, staying undefeated, or whether T1 can turn the tide around and even out the series. I'll pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Welcome back, guys. Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for the wonderful translation. Good to hear from everybody on the desk and their thoughts on the game. And we are going to have a substitution, guys. We do see that Cuz, after he played on Lee Sin, they weren't happy with the Lee Sin pick, I suppose. And so maybe LM can play something else. Although, from what I remember, LM was a pretty aggressive jungler. We'll have to wait and see what he wants to play.
There's two things I want to comment on. One is the support getting the MVP. Obviously, I was the swinger on
yes,
that one, apparently.
great.
But also Fly was the other person in contention. So many people crediting Aphelios. You're not watching the game. It has nothing to do with Aphelios. The enemy team is literally falling into him like a black hole. And the player could be a lot of people. Ben, so many great hooks. Fly, so many amazing bubbles.
Yeah.
Getting so many things going that game. And it's not to take anything away from Mystic, it's just no, Aphelios was not a problem that game.
Yeah, it wasn't like he was outplaying them with his Aphelios.
The other thing is the amount of people being toxic towards, I mean, in the interim, right, about T1. The players are all phenomenal, but sometimes the drafts are really making it hard to do anything, and that's why I think that there's a lot of eyebrows raised here about Element Cuz swap out, because what could Cuz really do last game?
Yeah. I mean, we don't know 100% that it was because of, you know, T1
nice
thinking.
Pun. Atlas, nice pun.
Oh, thanks, Papa Smithy over there. We don't know 100% that they were saying, oh, Cuz didn't have a great game, that we got to sub him out, you know. Maybe he's just not feeling it today. Maybe they came to a mutual decision. It's, you know, it's hard for us to really, it's all just kind of conjecture from our spot, but we can make guesses and assumptions, that's for sure. And we did see Yuumi banned again. Really high priority on the Yuumis here, and even the Trundle's getting banned in both games. Leaving Aphelios open, Ezreal open, once again. Except this time, Aphelios will be denied.
Well, T1 electing for Kalista as the champion pick here. And we'll see what Afrika ends up responding with. Kalista already does have a theme of being dragged into the hard engage. And I'm very doubtful that she will be getting flexed here. And okay, well, Ashe coming in immediately to answer her. And honestly, I mean, Ashe Tom Kench it neutralizes pretty much all of Kalista and her combos down in bot lane. And while Kalista can have an impact in the later stages of the game, during laning phase itself, not able to really do a whole lot. And okay, Ashe Braum. So what they're going for here is they're going for the Glacial passive. Now, they already have two.
Maybe Sejuani, the third, might be able to get it rolling as well.
What if they go for 5? What does 5 do? Nothing? It's fine.
Are there, well, Trundle's banned. That's one of the other Freljord champions that I know. We don't see that many others. As, okay, TF is available. Faker had a couple of great games on the TF already here in summer. Seems pretty happy with TF being back in the meta.
Well, TF locked in. And I wonder if they're just willing to blind it so early here because they don't give any credit to Fly's champion pool. And so Olaf getting picked up. So T1 is going full all in. Sin to win. That is
Yeah.
be the motto here.
There's only one direction for them. I'm not talking about the ban. They're going forward straight into Afrika. And Afrika, they see this, you know? They should know.
See it, yeah.
And they should draft accordingly.
Galio on the table. And that'll match Destiny Gate. So again, I mean, it's another disengagey champion, very tanky, can kite backwards, easily protect Ashe, match Twisted Fate on the ultimate, and definitely cause a lot of problems. But Twisted Fate and Olaf, this is very akin to the previous game, where until we really know the jungle pick and what's going to be going on here, things are still looking a little bit weird. Now, interestingly enough, I mean, there's a champion coming to mind in the jungle right now that against this B1, B3 of T1 doesn't really look that bad. And I'm referring to Kha'Zix. It's been a very long time. But that is a bit of a blast to the past.
Definitely.
With the champions that Afrika has right now, obviously Graves can easily be on the agenda as well.
How about, like, Kindred?
Kindred's fine as well, given that the team composition that they have right now, but Olaf and TF would have a little bit more value, at least in the early stages. Bard being banned away, so they're giving credit for T1 to try to pivot away. So we'll see. Every day of the week, Afrika should just be R4ing their jungle here. Another one that they could go for, I guess, is Jarvan. They could go Jarvan Galio. And obviously that is a pretty big combination of champions. They'll end up conceding first and second Dragon, and then probably taking back over around 3 or 4. It's also very good at locking up all the champions. Twisted Fate very prone against Jarvan. Olaf obviously gets locked in. Graves, another really good champion. So, I mean, the really interesting thing here is that Afrika's actually doing the layering process that we mentioned in Game 1, where you identify the B1 of the opponent, and then you constantly layer it. And it doesn't matter what the opponent tries to do, they can end up having a weakness if they're anchored down, if their B1 pick isn't flexible.
Yeah.
And so this is why B1 picks like Karma, who can go 3 different roles and have multiple different styles, are very, very strong, or a champion that fits into lots of team compositions without a clear-cut weakness, like Ezreal, Gangplank, Gragas. These types of champions have a lot of power, and like we said about T1, in, that's all that they're doing in their draft, and Afrika's entire draft is designed to handle it.
Yeah. Let's add a little bit of more in to that comp with the Kennen. As I said, we are only going in the forward direction here for the team that is T1. Afrika, identifying it early. And I'm curious to see what they're going to round it out with. We got a top pick that's going to come in here. How else are you going to fight against what T1 has drafted?
And I really like if they go with another Magic top laner here against T1, and the reason that I say that is because now Graves can just go lethality, and he will hit like a truck against everyone because you can't itemize against him. With all this CC, the opponents aren't incentivized to get Ninja Tab eyes, so Graves and Ashe they're sitting pretty. There's not going to be any on-hit damage reduction. The kiting backwards out of Afrika, very powerful as well. It's not like T1 doesn't have options. But once again, this game will be decided most likely in the first 15 minutes of the game. Olaf should get first and second Drake. Third Dragon is going to be the decisive fight. If Afrika gets it once, the tides are just going to turn and T1 will be reduced to smoke and mirrors with the Twisted Fate and have to play it out that way.
Yeah, which is not easy, and it's something that we talk about often, the pressure being on one team to try to make plays early on in the game rather than sitting back and letting the comp doing the work for them. And we've seen, players like Faker on TF be able to warp games into their own favor, and we'll see if he can pull it off here once again with an Olaf helping him from the jungle as we take a final look at the comps here. We talked about it a lot in Pick Ban, but it does make a lot of sense. There's also a lot of great ults on the enemy team for you to steal. As the Sylas, you can take TF. You will have Callista, Alistair to survive, Kennen to go in. So many options for Keen, and a guy like Keen who can just absolutely take full advantage of that is going to be really fun. You were talking about, protecting the Ashe. How about just the Fate's Call?
Yeah.
For the Sylas. Just the Fate's Call. Uses it on the Ashe, and now he can get her out of any bad position and survive for a long time.
And so it's going to be really problematic in the later stages of the game. And remember, Sylas, he came in R5, but there's lots of other options that even could have been picked top lane. I mean, Soraka could have came in on R5. And then good luck, have fun trying to actually kill anyone on the side of Afrika. That would have been another option. I mean, there's so many champions that could have actually been picked up. Vladimir even could have came in on R5. Rise. I mean, that's a bit of a blast to the past. We haven't seen him in a very long time.
How about Renekton? I'm kidding. I'm just trying to tilt you. I know it's been it's been a rough couple of drafts for you. I'm just trying to push you over the
I'm
edge.
Disappointed you didn't say Aatrox.
Yeah, Aatrox was too obvious. I felt I had to take it a step further.
Well. And, all right, well, to start things off, I mean, Keen really utilizing that brush play and making Kana feel the pressure. Does end up whiffing. Not going to get anything, and Galio's pretty good at shoving in waves. Faker, though. 7-2 on Twisted Fate. Oh, man.
It's already a huge chunk of damage.
Yeah.
And the Sylas has more sustain with the Corrupting Pot. The Kana only went for, I think it was Doran. Yeah, it was Doran's and the one pot. So it's going to be really difficult for him.
Whoa!
Oh, he lands it. That was max range, but there's a lot of minions hitting him. But still, he is going to be able to chug that final.
When you can see Kana's player cam, I don't even know how that hit.
Keen just extends.
Just so far ahead now as well. Because Kana has lost quite a bit of CS during this time. And so, EXP. Even though the CS score is still very, very close. Keen about to ding level 3. He'll shove in the wave now. Or he's going to try to. He's at half HP. The thing is that Kana doesn't have a ward in River. And so he has to gamble a little bit on if Graves is there. Keen backing up, ends up losing the cannon. That'll be good for Kana. Bit of an awkward situation that he's actually in right now. He might need Spirit to come on over and help him after the Scuttle Crab. It's coming up in a second here. Kana's obviously going to throw a Shuriken in. No, not today. I guess not. All right, well, Elam. Yeah, I mean, Galio's able to match TF and Prio, and now Spirit. He's up a camp over Olaf. And now Kana's actually going to get back some of the edge. So the level 1 victory has been pretty much mitigated. And he's doing a back teleport just to respect that Olaf could be there. Goes for the Doran's Ring, and I don't know how I feel about that over Corrupting Potion. Or Darkseal, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's already got that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm also not sure why Keen didn't just back around the same time that Kana backed. He could have just TP'd back and he would have had 3 more stacks of the Corrupting Pot and could have continue to push some of the edge that he had gained for himself. But
Yeah.
he stuck around. There were a lot of low minions. He was like, maybe I can stay for this and then TP later. But then the cannon came. A little bit indecisive. Okay. Faker just is just pushing him off the lane, I guess. Definitely interesting that he TP'd top and not to mid.
Trying to understand if there was some lane manipulation that just happened there.
You got anything?
No, I wasn't paying close.
Can we get a replay of the teleport? Yeah, definitely looked weird.
Was it a bug? No, we would have been paused if it was a bug.
I think maybe Fly had just backed and the lane was in such a state in the mid side where he's like...
This is like one of those things in solo queue where the person says apologize or I run it down. You know, like...
Oh, so toxic.
Oh no.
You made a mistake. Now I'm going to ruin your life.
I'm not totally sure what that was. I don't know if we'll end up getting a replay of it, but nonetheless, Faker, Merc Treads, first item. This is what we were talking about. Because of the Braum, the Ashe, the Galio, you don't really get to go Ninja Tab Eye. So, Graves, if I see a black cleaver, okay, I'm
you know it's coming.
Yeah.
It's right there in the recommended items. I mean, how can you not select it?
Doesn't this look like Ragnaros, this Galio?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, kind of cool.
The helmet kind of...
It's Ragnaros.
Yeah.
About it. Honestly, it's fine. Not a big deal.
It's pretty cool. I like it.
Yeah,
it's a cool skin.
Yeah, I do too. Well, it does look like Dragon is going to get soloed here by Elm. And this is to be expected. The first two Dragons of the game just likely to end up going over to T1. If they can roll a Cloud.
Nice.
Nice. Pretty, you know. And hold on, I'm just going to turn the page here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so rolling a Cloud and then, I mean, Mountain is what's going to be really spicy as the third Dragon here. Because Afrika, if they end up getting it, the game becomes really problematic. But likewise, if T1 gets it, really helps out against the damage that even Galio and Silas do, because both of them tend to build a lot of utility items rather than just raw AP hard-hitting items. And so any little bit of damage resistance, super big for both of these parties in this game.
Saw Spirit being very careful around his blue, and there was actually a blue ping that came in from T1, kind of saying he's probably going to be on his blue that just respawned here.
And Effort is roaming up the top here to try to make this play work. Both of them have Ignite, and Effort's going to be spotted out on his little roam here. He has the boots to Swift. Well, yeah,
thanks.
He does give away the cannon, but that wave would have been permanently frozen with that cannon.
Yeah. They're still going for this, by the way.
Okay.
And they have TF. The flash comes in. They're trying to burst him down, and that should be that. First blood. As easy as you would like. 4 members able to go up there and pick up the first blood. They're going to be able to roll this into the Rift Herald. Again, this is something we talk about with, you know, giving up some waves in the bottom side, but they are sending Kana down very early to try to catch that wave.
So they had so many people up there in order to make that play happen. Now they're in the close proximity to the Rift Herald. And it was a nice play. You can see how safe Kana's being right now. He doesn't want to walk up and then have someone be there and just immediately get blown away. Also doesn't have teleport available, and so this is a little bit unfortunate. Even though they're getting the Rift Herald, Kana not really getting the kind of edge that one would expect. And, okay, Faker will get that turret plate. Not going to be the end of the world for him. As LM's going to come up here, they're going to summon it right as the third plate is remaining. Teddy's now going to get all the gold, so they're going to make sure to put the Callista in a very comfortable position this game. And now, I mean, it's the LCK, so it won't happen, but
Okay.
could freeze.
Free.
And if Keen froze right now, this actually would be a horrendous play by T1 to give Keen the freeze at this stage of the game, because then Teddy has nothing to do. You're 9 minutes into the game, Dragon's 2 minutes away. Now you're sharing the XP in mid or bottom, and there's nothing to do. And I have no idea. If Keen freezes, I mean, hell froze over. So at this point, the Pengu comes out. Let's take a look at this.
보자.
Yeah, let's do this.
잡았어 이거.
Yeah, we
천천히.
got him.
잡았어.
We got him. F key is looking around the map immediately.
Huh.
Oh. Oh?
What's
Keen?
up?
Is he pushing?
You know, Keen has been freezing. I was going to mention that before the replay. He was. It does look like it's pushing back
Yeah,
a little bit
it
now.
looks like it's pushing. I mean, we see a Pingo on it. Yeah, but I think he's using spellcasts. So Kana is just gonna Now, I remember in the Kana Hanwha Life, I was in the Twitch chat that day.
Yeah.
That you guys were casting, and it was the same thing. He was on the Camille, permanently pushing the tier 2 top turret instead of just freezing.
Yeah.
Or lane swapping and letting someone else go up and freeze. And when you constantly push and just overextend, you're in danger or you're investing more into the vision. And so Keen, very slow on the pushback. T1 are up about 2,500 gold, and Fly has to be really careful right now. He's erring on the side of caution.
Yeah, they're trying to lock down that dragon. I mean, it was pretty much theirs anyway. This blue card is pulled there. And you see that Afrika aren't really going to make any moves towards that dragon. They're just going to pretty much hand that one over. Graves is going top. Solid on potential ward areas, I guess.
Yeah.
Not much else as Keen finally decides he wants to push extremely hard back into Kana.
Yeah. And so I wonder if he'll actually walk up to this next wave as well. They know that Olaf's on the dragon. We said this would happen from the very beginning. First two Drakes typically against Olaf team compositions, provided the mid and bot lane are suitable enough, will almost always go over.
X-Flash. Here we go. I feel like I've seen this before. As they're going to get the double knock up, and Mystic is in so much trouble. Down he will go. Elam just comes over and taps Braum on the shoulder. It doesn't really matter as we see another effective gank coming in here from T1.
Yeah. Very good coordination with Faker.
Oh, King going to get stunned up here. Nice amount of poke damage going out there by Kana. You could see that he was
and Faker
hesitating a little bit.
Oh, he's actually using it right now, so no longer going to have that available. And had Keen tried to turn the engage and Twisted Fate would come in with the teleport, things would get very bad. So right now T1 are in a super comfortable position. They have sizable enough leads in very key departments. And this is what their comp needed to do. It needed to get ahead with Twisted Fate and Olaf. So this is a pretty standard play out from what's been going on. And effort on the Alistar. Goes in, waits, gets the knock up, and then just sends Mystic to his demise.
Yeah, it's kind of like the effort Faker show right now.
Yeah.
Both of these ganks extremely clean as, you know, these T1 players showing off their mechanics and able to put it together as a team. And that is what is giving them this nice little lead in this game. Keen says, well, I'll just steal that and clear out the wave.
And they're completely even up in top lane. And Fly has not really managed to do a whole bunch on this Galio in terms of matching the TF so far this game. And so while the pick, in theory, should be able to do just that, Faker's done a pretty good job at slipping past everything as... Oh! Unfortunate there.
Yeah. It almost looked like he just didn't want to do it. Just took the back angle. Said, actually, I'm going to recall here. Kana going for the AP as Proto Belt and the Blasting Wand. And he's actually just going to continue to head up to the top side. Not too much action after the couple of ganks and the dragon takes that were kind of uncontested by the side of Afrika. And so, just sitting back, farming. Graves is doing a good job farming in this game, by the way. He's a little bit ahead of the Olaf.
Well, nice steal away of the red. Elm should be able to also pick up the second Rift Herald. Yeah, gonna end up getting the... Honestly, that was just very rude by Effort. Scuttlecrab did not deserve that.
Scuttlecrab did seem very taken aback.
Yeah, seemed a little bit agitated.
Yeah.
A little bit peeved off there.
It's like when you try to move a sleeping cat. They're just not really having it. They're not too happy about it. That was the Rift Scuttle.
Is that what happens when you try to report the Yumi player?
Yeah, well, nothing happens generally when I do that, so it's not a good feel. And Afrika actually kind of just forced their way onto the Rift Heralds here, and T1 are like, okay, I mean, if you want it that badly, we're going to get Faker a solo kill onto the turret. We're going to push mid, and they're not going to find too much success there. In the
I mean, it's a 5,000 gold lead through very little actual game interaction. This has just been purely lane destruction in what should be pretty neutral lanes. Obviously, Keen and Kana were going pretty even. Ashe and Braum up until that one turret dive.
Oh, Keen. Well, he is going to be nearly impossible to kill.
Ooh.
As finally you see Afrika attempts to make a engage happen, but it's a little bit forced more than anything else, and just an easy return there by T1.
Well, 20 seconds until the Infernal. And now without that Galley ultimate, without Silas, it's going to be really hard. I mean, it should just be T1 getting the Infernal and forcing a soul point. This is a very eerie kind of game. You know?
Yeah.
We're watching paint dry here, as it really just feels like Afrika have given up almost in a way the last couple of moments with like decisions that they've made.
You can tell that they feel very put on the defensive.
Yeah.
They're just like, okay, well, we can't venture too far out. We can't contest any objectives. We can't really find value on the map. I suppose we're just going to have to sit back and try to scale. But at least they're going to be putting down this Shirley here. It does a bit of damage, but okay, they're actually going to continue rotating up. But here comes T1, always threatening.
And Spirit just trying to get the turret, not even going to be able to get it. So a lot of the gold advantage standing for T1 is inside of the turrets that remain everywhere. And now mid-tier 1 is going to fall.
Steal the Fate's Call here. They're going to go on to Effort, and he's Alistair, so he doesn't really care. Slow's going down on the Elm. They're trying to force that Ragnarok. There it is. And now the Galio tanking up so much in the front, but the stopwatch is pretty huge as the exhaust goes down onto Kana. But still, it is enough damage to get onto that one. The re-engage coming in here from Faker. He has the stopwatch, follows it up there, gives the double kill over to Kana. And Afrika now as well missed the blasting plant there. He's going to die too. Now is where you have to play defensive, but man, 4 kills for none.
Yeah,
T1 are just shutting them out.
Silas did not have a good ultimate for that fight, and also Galio's ult was on cooldown the entire time. There was no objective up, and so it's just a very bizarre timing for Afrika to ever handshake or try to attempt to reinitiate any sort of a fight, especially because T1 are so much stronger right now. So take a look at this. They clear out the minion wave. Ash Hour goes down onto Effort, and from right here, just disengage. Everyone just back up. La-di-da. Everything would be fine. Fly, for some reason, wants to get Fly swatted as he tries to reinitiate a team fight. Slicing Maelstrom comes out from Cannon, And a really good Destiny gate by Faker. Thought he was actually just going to throw the wild cards up at Fly and just kill him.
Yeah.
But it didn't end up mattering. I mean, it's just a massacre. And this is one of those games where it really ends before it even seems like it starts. And so this has been 2 games in a row now of this happening.
Yeah, pretty much dominance from one team as the other team kind of feels helpless. We saw that from good old Lee Sin in game number 1 from the side of T1, and now it just feels like Afrika don't really have the tools, although they're going to get another Alistar ultimate. That feels pretty bad, man. Once again, Spirit able to get that dash up, and he's not able to get over the wall with that ultimate. Galio coming on in, but it might just be a little bit too little too late. There's the 3-man knockup. And how about another kill? Do we have any more here? Looks like Braum. And even Keen, although he does get that Alistar ultimate, but it just does not matter. The clean ace comes out from T1, 11-0 right now in the kills. This is what I call one-sided.
Yeah, this is a perfect game, is what it looks like. I feel like this will probably end in the next 5 minutes. I can't actually imagine Afrika being able to hang on whatsoever. As Faker's top, he's just shoving that. He's going to get Demolish proc off on the top tier 2. It's a 10.7 thousand gold advantage right now with 3 dragons. There's the Baron. Okay, we're at 12k. Almost 13k.
We're just piling
no,
it
we're
on
counting
right now.
actually right now. I'm not sure what's after 13, but
Yeah, we didn't get that far in school.
yeah. As Afrika, yet again, I mean, that's just very bizarre. It doesn't even make really that much sense. Enchanted Crystal Lyre onto an Alistar just basically ignores him. Spirit does not have a way to get into the Raptor Pit, as he is all out of dashes, and then this is just, I don't even know, wombo combo Sunday fun day. I have no idea.
Well, actually, it's Friday.
Rebecca Black?
Yeah.
Okay.
Got to get down on Friday. That's what they say.
Freaking look like they've been listening to Rebecca Black. Maybe that influenced the play here.
Here's Effort. He's going to find the Graves. That's been one of his favorite targets, and he's just feels like unkillable, although this time around, T1 perhaps went a little bit too far. Fly trying to get a flank. It was actually all a bait to get him, but they're going to find Kennen, actually. He's got a stopwatch, though. They don't quite have the damage to take him down, and Kana is going to live for now. And he might actually live the whole way through. Not even the 1 kill is going to be given over to Afrika. 16-0 against Baron. They're going to push. They're going to take Infernal Soul. What else can they take? Teddy's just running down the lane.
Well,
so why not?
They're going to get Infernal Soul here. And if there was ever a time for a surrender in pro play, I mean, this would be...
This might be it.
This would probably be it. If this isn't it, there's never a time. It's basically...
True. I mean, you take a look at the score lines and all the stats, it's like, okay, yeah, the game is pretty much over, guys. There's not really too much else to say. T1, they were unhappy with game 1. And they came to clap back. A very proactive team composition, and they're using it very well in this one. And you're watching this and thinking, hey, maybe they're going to catch Effort. That's never going to happen. They still have Callista.
Yep.
They don't even have the damage over the wall to burn through stopwatch.
And
it's a great item.
Yeah, Kana barely living there. And Effort almost going down as well. Spirit just not really able to do anything at this point in time. And so, I mean, we're just waiting for the inevitable end. I mean, this is the bounce back that we, you know, at the end of game number 1, I guess.
Yeah.
Sort of talked about would be possible. Not the kind of draft I would have thought it to happen with, but nonetheless, I mean, this was absolutely a decimation. I mean, I don't even know, man. Afrika just got Infinity Gauntlet snapped here in this game.
Pretty much. Well, they're going to try for Kana here. That was a last-second flash. He was pretty far down the lane.
Yeah.
It's pretty difficult to force that onto a cannon.
I actually really wonder if T1 are playing in a way to retain the perfect game here. I know that sounds really strange, but when you're this far ahead, maybe the mindset is, you know, may as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like by doing that they're going to lose from this point.
No,
so, yeah, you might as well. And they're looking to be clean. You know, it's even just in a, you know, a mental sense, you want to play it clean after losing the first one. Although Faker nearly gets caught there, but is able to flash out of that one. Element a little bit of an awkward spot now. He's going to have to Ragnarok out of this one. And they're going to find Teddy now in the front. Maybe you were able to caster curse them here, or maybe not, actually, as the big turnaround comes in, and in fact, nobody's going to die from the side of T1, and he just gets bopped in the back line. 21-0. 25 minutes in, they're just going to go ahead and take the turrets. Effort, oh, effort. Really?
No!
Really? That's how you lose your perfect game. Okay. There you go. T1 still going to win the game in a landslide victory. About as one-sided as it gets. They were unhappy with game one, and they came and they clapped back here in game two.
Yeah,
There's only two choices in my mind.
I'm just really actually, I'm a little bit confused. None of the players seem to have their report screens open when I looked back. I thought they would for sure report this Alistar at the end of the game.
I'm getting on the phone right now. We're gonna have them reported after that play. Yeah.
Unacceptable.
Unacceptable.
I mean, these are the kind of losses also though for Afrika where does it even really actually bother you? It's like, well,
maybe it's
past a
easier.
certain point, the game doesn't really affect you. But
I mean,
we'll see. I mean,
yeah, you can take it one of two ways. Either you're just like, okay, we got crushed, whatever. Let's, you know, there's only one game left. Let's do really well. Or it's like, oh man, we got embarrassed. That feels real bad. And I think it depends on the current mind state of the players.
Yep.
And how they're feeling. So, I don't know. Do you get any reads from seeing their faces? They seem pretty focused still.
Yeah.
Not much to see there.
I don't know. There was definitely options that they could have had. King could have froze, for instance. He didn't.
Yeah. There are ways to try to come back from behind.
There were many ways for them to try to come back. They did not try to utilize any of them. And the acceleration by T1 this game just really picked up. And I mean, it was very slow and steady. It lifted off, but then obviously you can see when it really shot up around the 20-minute mark. There was just no real coming back. And Afrika chose to have some pretty weird team fights. And then in addition to that, Faker was able to outmaneuver the Galio, who should have been able to follow him, but never really was able to.
Fly really wasn't really present in that game, which we've seen before. We'll see how he can come back here after a quick break before game number 3.
싸워도 될 것 같은데.
아 바텀 밀어 바텀 밀어.
싸워도 돼.
아 바텀 밀어 바텀 밀어.
매매매.
엘리미 궁 써? 빼.
안 죽어.
빼봐. 일단 물렸어. 싸움 봐줘.
나가 보다. 나 뒤에 온다. 좋아.
야 애쉬 노플.
뒤에 좋아. 기당 카드. 좋아.
다음 판
야 미드 한 마리.
한 마리 시켜.
내가 생각할게.
형님들.
너 빨리 깨줄래?
상황 잘 가.
야 뭐야?
이래스 뭡니까? 뭐예요?
뭐 백트 잠깐만 상호야.
뭡니까? 뭐예요?
형님들.
아 나 덕분에 빨리 끝냈어 이거 괜찮아.
나이스.
인정. 응 그래.
감사합니다.
재혁 씨.
잠깐만요.
잠깐 현타 와가지고. 스카이 캐슬이랑 똑같은 거 갑자기. 그렇다면 분석 똑바로 해 이제부터. 한 번만 더 줘야지. 그렇다면 분석 똑바로 해 이제부터. 똑바로 해 이제부터. 그렇다면 똥. 야, 저 똥이에요. 난 지금 사랑에 빠진 게 죄는 아니잖아. 꿀잼. 너도 보고 싶잖아. 너도 이런 갓나 새끼. 너 지금 잠시만요. 너도 재밌잖아. 너도 동부팀 경기 보고 싶어 죽겠잖아. 안 그래? 당신? 죄송합니다. 아니야? 우와. 안 뜯어져. 깜짝 놀랐어. 안 뜯어져. 그러니까 깜짝 놀랐어. 전혀 안 뜯어져.
그 톤을 어떻게 하지? SK를 지금부터 시작. 시켜.
저도 LCK 들어가고 싶은데. 저도 들어가고 싶어요. 표정이 찌그러지. 저도 LCK 들어가고 싶은데. 저도 들어가고 싶어요. 명령기다 진짜.
난 찬성.
조금 더 밝게 해줘야 돼.
아 그래요?
여자친구 화낼까봐?
난 찬성. 폰도요?
한 번만 다시 가볼게요. 귀엽게 펀도용 다 가능합니다.
귀엽겠다. 펀더요.
폰도요? 폰도요?
이거는 너무 부끄러운 걸 시키는 것 같아. 혹시. 선우 씨 괜찮아요? 선우 씨.
뭐야?
앉아보시겠어요? 굉장히 감정적인 선을 좀 중심으로 좀 하려고 했었고 아시다시피 충분히 잘 나온 것 같아서 굉장히 만족스럽습니다.
안녕하세요. 이거 뭐 찍고 계신 건가요?
어떻게 하면 그런 연기를 할 수 있어요?
이건 생존의 문제예요.
너희들의 돈 중한 coming for you. My phone go already set 조준 이미 결정한 승부. 혼자로 샷 you can block. 내 팀이는 1등급 샷 안 올라. 각오했다면 정의는 필요해 like pop 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 pop. I'm ready to burn. Kill shot, then we come into hot shot. Bring it back, bring it back, baby. Listen to
That was T1 versus Africa game number 2. T1 punched Africa back. Was that expected starting from the draft?
앞에 칼리 이즈 중에서 이제
Paris Phyllis Kalista.
칼리를 가져왔어요.
Well,
이즈리얼이
Kalista was up, but well, actually, maybe Africa thinking that Ezreal is not as good as other picks, they locked in Ashe, and other comp was very standard LCK style. Indeed, both teams focused on the bot lane picks. Africa was following, or rather copying T1's comp, as we saw in MSC. Well, if you lock in a same OP champion and similar comp, you see a very one-sided series, and that this game was also a copy of that kind of storyline. And what do you think of the Alistar pick? Well, I didn't think that it was a good pick into Braum, but he was able to get a lot of lane pressure, and in addition to that, he had a lot of pressure all around the map, roaming around other lanes. As you mentioned, with effort rotation, T1 got a huge lead in the early game. Twisted Fate pushes in the wave. So with this lane priority, he rotates to the bottom lane. Based on this, actually Twisted Fates recalls, and then Kali and Alistar also shove in the wave, and they both recall to the base. Mid and bot, they're helping each other, and then we have to take a look over here. We expected to just Alistar to roam to the top side, but as they saw Ashe freezing the lane, they actually take a side step into the top side. It was a very flexible decision coming from Teddy and Effort. So with this smooth rotation to the top side, 4 of T1 members were able to pick up Kiin on Silas. With that lane freeze coming from Mystic, actually T1's bot duo had a lot of choice to kind of decide whether going for the bot lane, whether going to the top side. With this Herald raising the tier 1 turret in the top lane, there was a huge gold gap between two AD carry players. With the assist and also the first turret plates, they had a very huge goal difference at the 9-minute mark of the game. After that, T1 grouped up and keep their control of the game. Based on their control and lead, T1 was now rotating and focusing on to the macro. Braum and Alistar are really similar, but Braum was only a wannabe Alistar right here, so he had a very lower teamfight ability. Africa, they were kind of forcing that fight up against T1, but that was not a successful attempt. It was a really hard game for Africa because they had only one breakthrough in this game. However, engaging onto or collapsing onto Alistar was not a good choice. Then let's check out who the player of the game from T1 is. And we wanna actually announce another thing here. It was not a casting vote that decided the POG in game number 1. It was just because of the vote difference. Actually, Ben just won more votes than Fly. Now moving on to game number 2, the player of the game will be Effort and Alistar. I guess the support competition is real here. But now handing over to Effort, the POG. You can say Alistar is a pocket pick, and it really depends on the player's proficiency on this champion. But Effort was single-handedly carrying every team fight with his abilities. Effort was the key player that opened the window for T1 to keep expanding and accelerating their lead. Kalista and Alistar is not a very meta pick, so maybe they didn't went through a lot of practice, but despite of the lack of the practice, T1 still had a very clean performance on this pocket comp. Then let's check out whether T1 can extend their win streak or whether Africa will be the one.
Thank you, G-Sun, once again for another great translation. And we're getting into the final match of the series, Africa versus T1. T1 clapped him in Game 2, but Africa also did the same in Game 1. So it'll be really interesting to see how the drafts change. I think we were really focusing on T1's draft from Game 1 and not really liking it too much. If they go back to the drawing board, try something new, maybe try a little bit of what worked in Game number 2, maybe they can take it, or what Africa can do to try to challenge them after getting crushed like that in the last one. So yeah. Here we go.
Well, let's see what they can do here. As Africa decide, actually taking a little time here to decide. It's going to be the set. Varus and Yumi now removed from the table. And obviously the questions do still remain. Karma, Ezreal, Aphelios, champions of that nature. Aphelios will get banned here.
Yeah, they changed their Kalista ban to Aphelios. They don't want to draft against it. They just don't want to play against it at all.
And Kalista taken off the table, so I wonder if Africa just go for the B1 Ezreal here.
Trundle, best they can do. Or Karma. Karma's still available.
If they pick Trundle, they will lose.
And you were actually right. The Ezreal is going to get locked in here. Coach, by the way. Well. MF just immediately slammed down. So, I was actually joking earlier with one of the production people. I'm like, remember when we used to see MF? Remember when she was the champion? And T1 want to make it happen again. And, you know, with the Nautilus, which is very common.
Now, they could go Ezreal Bard, and then you can use the Bard ultimate, Tempered Fate, in order to stop the MF ultimate. Whoa, 5-head.
Bullet time.
Yeah. No,
or you can actually just block it.
They're going for a very blue team composition here, Africa. They're really on theme with their colors.
Okay. That's good. And I'm guessing you don't mean the background colors of their
What?
You're not talking about the background colors of their portraits. You're talking about the Oh, you are?
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the way that they
No. And you can see on the side of T1, there's a lot of yellow going on here.
Yes, a little bit of red too.
A little bit of red.
A little bit orange.
Yeah.
You know, that's another T1 color.
Not a big deal here. Urgot getting banned away.
Yeah, too strong.
And I wonder if that just means that they want to R4 Aatrox? Or what it could be implying.
Yeah, kind of did look pretty comfortable on the Aatrox, you know, regardless of the way that the Urgot was able to get a lot of value early on in the game and in the lane. I'm surprised that Karma fell that low, actually.
Yeah. And Gragas now banned away as well. I mean, Graves could just get picked up here by T1. No, they're hovering Jarvan.
Want a little bit more lockdown, perhaps. It allows Azir and MF to do their jobs a little bit easier. But definitely not a lot of great targets on the enemy team that you're going to want to be cataclysming. And so it gets changed to Olaf.
So Trundle actually rose to power originally as an answer to Olaf.
the beginning of spring, right?
Yeah, in the beginning of spring, and now we have a Mordekaiser coming in blind, and I really don't know what to really make of this. Yeah, I'm not totally sure. It's coming in blind, and I mean, I'm very doubtful that's Mordekaiser mid. It's probably more top, for sure. And now what? Are they gonna pick Vigar? Well, the problem is that Olaf is so good against Vigar. Otherwise, he would be probably a champion that Fly would be thinking about. Wow, Victor.
Victor. Man. Haven't seen him in a hot minute.
Well, set the alarm clock. We're in for a long one here. Victor's
Yeah, just, you know, lean back in your chair.
Victor's gonna need about 30 minutes until he becomes relevant. And now Jace being hovered. I'm actually really surprised that Fiora isn't just picked up here instantly by Kana. It is one of the most unplayable matchups for Mordekaiser.
Yeah, you know, sometimes we see players in the LCK that are like, I am picking for the lane, I am going to win my lane or my jungle matchup, and that's that. I don't care about LS talking about comps or any of that. And then sometimes they're just like, you know what, actually, I'd rather play this other thing instead of taking the easy hard counter in the lane.
Well, T1 with the Jace last pick into the Mordekaiser. It's going to be entirely dependent on how far ahead Jace can get, but Mord's going to get a lot of value out of Seeker's Arm Guard against the Jace and the Olaf. So, we'll see how that matchup ends up going. Obviously, the Azir is going to be very important. Victor and Ezreal are going to be the real two centerpieces to this team composition.
It's a lot of magic damage.
Yeah.
When you look at it,
it's an insane amount of magic, which is very problematic.
Even the subjugate from the Trundle.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like everything.
Yeah.
In their comp is just full of it. And Olaf and Nautilus can easily go straight into MR items.
And Banshee's Veil as well for
True.
Azir.
W.
Jace is going to be able to get Hex Drinker in this game. I mean, it's definitely easy to itemize for T1 in the later stages for sure. But they have a lot of pressure to get ahead early.
Yeah, they definitely like to. And try to eventually, you know, cut the game short before it gets too far along against this Victor, although they do have some late game scaling of their own. In Faker's Azir, everybody knows about this. He was actually highlighted in our opening video, the title video of 2020 Summer, where it's Faker in his CGI Azir suit up there and pulls the Emperor's Divide forward, which I really enjoyed that video.
Did you?
Yeah.
I actually think that's my favorite animation in the whole video. Is the Emperor?
Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the best one by far. Actually, you know what would have been really cool is if an extended director's cut comes out of that, and the Sand Soldiers actually Faker just rides them over to the ice cream truck.
You and Faker and the ice cream.
And then
you're still talking about the vanilla ice cream from yesterday.
He gets a world cone.
Oh man.
Yeah.
I really want that world cone.
And honestly, you know what, Valdez, do not mock vanilla ice cream. All right, we might need it.
I love it.
We might need it in this game. So
it's the secret word.
Yeah.
Gets everything going.
So for a team composition that isn't trying to win early and that's trying to scale, we can really see that's in Fly's mindset here with the Scorch over the Gathering Storm.
Yeah, I don't even know. Against an Azir, like, I guess he really is desperately trying to take early trades and somehow push an Azir out, which doesn't seem very plausible.
And Faker is already losing mid lane. I mean, mid lane I think is lost now at this point.
What is going on? This is not normal. Not my League of Legends.
Yeah. So Faker's actually super far behind right now, and what is actually... Hello?
He doesn't have Pillar. I mean, he's just like...
This is
he's
the most
angry. He's
sinful
angry. Trundle opening of all time. He's got 4 CS.
He needs to bathe in holy water after this one.
Yeah, that was a little bit wonky.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, I'm here. I might as well, I guess. Lol.
Well, wow. I mean, Olaf is up 4 camps at the end of that red.
Yeah. What if like we're looking at you know, like 3 years down the line, we're watching like LCK 2023, and like that is the normal jungler meta. It's like becomes so convoluted, and it's always like Lee Sin against Olaf every single game, and all they do is just like run at all the lanes immediately, like right after they get one buff, and that is the meta. I don't think you would enjoy that world.
You know what that actually? Yeah. You know what this reminds me of? Did you ever see the Justice League, the Future Vision, the movie? You didn't. Of course, you just get out.
You're like saying the movie as if that's gonna help.
No.
Like,
Whatever. Never mind.
Justice League.
Just honestly, just stop.
More
Stop
superheroes.
while you're ahead.
You're gonna need Max. You're gonna need Atlas on the broadcast for that one. I haven't seen too many of those.
Well, up here in top lane, Mordekaiser not really having the hardest of times so far. Gonna end up giving up one of those minions and probably just gonna shove in this next wave, but Jace is not having the best of times. There's another laser by Fly, who also, I mean, he took Ghost, and remember, this is the Ghost change. So it does turn on right away. I mean, Victor is still weak compared to what he used to be at before. Flash forward.
Getting on top of this Ezreal real early. We do have a pillar to come in. He wants to try to block LM. And with the exhaust, is he going to be able to do it? The damage isn't there. They're going to lock him down and actually get the kill onto the Olaf. That was only going one direction, and now Spirit is even going to have to flash. Turns out they had enough damage to push him out of the way.
The problem is that this lane state is really ugly for T1, so even though it's a 1-for-1, Teddy and Effort are actually losing out at the end of the day because Mystic has teleport. So Misfortune's gonna go back, does pick up a BF sword, and you can see here Keen's gonna come in, he's gonna help Fly shove out this wave because Fly needs relief. Doesn't have enough mana to sustain through. And yeah, honestly, that's not a good look, to be completely honest.
We've had a lot of games of Victor versus Azir.
Yes.
When was the biggest meta of Victor versus Azir?
2016.
2016, right.
Yeah,
I thought maybe it was 17.
It's been many years, and then Talia rose up and put an end to it. So, Effort flashing forward. They had Elm coming in. Spirit was here. Really nice filler. He tries to flash forward as well. Gets tagged by the exhaust. Teddy goes forward, but Afrika picking up a kill as well. Spirit
press the attack.
Really messing up though. Trying to persist on with his damage.
Yeah.
Not finding anything.
That initial burst of the press the attack plus the straight Ezreal Q to the face onto the Olaf, I think it gave Spirit an overestimated kind of feeling of his power in that moment, and so he stuck around a little bit too long. Is falling a bit behind on the Olaf. He's down a level. He's down 3 camps, even though the Olaf died, which is kind of interesting.
Ooh.
As we're going to have the ultimate coming in here from Keen. He's flashing. He wants the kill right now. He's going to try to pick up that solo. Does he have the grip here once again? He's going to try to land. And, well, he's not going to pick up the kill.
Yeah.
He at least pushed Kana out of the lane.
And Kana does have teleport, so it's not the end of the world by any means.
That was a very awkward anchor. They're not quite going to have the damage. They got to follow up on this, but there's TP coming in and Ellen behind them. And Faker from the river. This is a disaster for Afrika. Giving him 3 free kills, essentially. It's kind of like a world cone with sprinkles on top. Baker's
Honestly,
loving it right now.
The overlay does show 3 world cones, and I think that is exactly what just happened there. So The vanilla ice cream buff really coming in handy here for T1.
Oh, yeah.
As that whole thing just happened because Effort got away. So I guess you could say Nautilus brought them to the deep end.
Ooh.
You know?
Should have brought their floaties. Oh, boy.
That was terrible. That was actually awful.
That's the point.
Some people's ears are bleeding. Oh, man.
Well, break it down.
Yeah, let's break this one down.
Break down
So,
the getaway.
Mystic and Ben just doing a lot of damage, but then Mystic clicks away from Effort, and Effort would have gotten his shield back up. As we come back into live, we see a Chaos Storm.
Take it away, Ellis.
Yeah, well, Azir is going to get a kill onto the Victor. And I feel like this game's over.
You're feeling it already?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, declared at 8 minutes, 22 seconds. That's an early one, even for LS.
I think I'm finding it pretty hard to believe that this Victor is ever going to be of any relevance. And with the Ezreal having been put behind, I think that the Dragon conversions are just going to add a little bit too much pressure. Also, I mean, the fact that, again, the itemization that we talked about for T1 in the later stages, there's so much magic damage, and Mordekaiser just isn't a champion. So, not really sure how we arrived here. Spirit looking to sin a little bit.
It's almost like he feels desperate to get something going. He did take a nice little route here, though.
Yeah, Keen Kana is playing super safe right now.
Oh, Fly.
And, yeah, Fly.
He's got his flash, at least. I thought maybe you would have blown that in the last fight, but not the case.
And I think all that Keen is trying to do right now...
Well, okay, he's going to get that grip down, and they have a bunch of slows with the red smite. They're just going to go ahead and burn him down. That looked really nice.
Very wonky.
Yeah.
It almost looked like they were not on the same page with one another, but then it ended up working out, and I would be surprised if both of them weren't surprised with how that whole series of events just unfolded.
Surprising amount of damage.
Yeah.
With the red smite, the red buff. And, I mean, they just, like, kind of burned him down, almost like it was Leandri's or something. Great item, by the way.
Get yours today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's only, what is it, 3,100?
3,100, yeah.
Yeah, in the shop.
I can give you a discount.
Oh, great.
Not a big deal.
I didn't know you were the shopkeeper, but...
내가 미드 볼 수 있는데, 상혁이 형. 야,
Salesman.
스킬 썼다, 얘. 우리 미드 볼게, 미드 볼게.
We're gonna look mid.
상동 아래 무빙 중, 상동 아래 무빙 중. 빅토리 잡자, 상동아.
Well.
나이스.
Okay. Nice.
Nice.
Yep. Let's take a look at this one. This one's very strange. So, Kana gets hit by the grasp and just dies? I mean, the whole thing looked very awkward.
Red smite, red buff.
Yeah.
Mordekaiser.
Yeah, I was very surprised there. And, I mean, we come back into live, the item now, Hex Drinker, has been picked up. It's insane value against the entire team comp of Afrika. Everyone on their team deals magic to some extent. Obviously, Ezreal and Trundle are going to be dealing a little bit of hybrid, but...
If you're going to go, you got to go now, but Mystic able to pop back. He will be totally fine. Ben, that's a good scan. I would actually scan the Krugs, too. That's very common. He sees it, but I don't know if he actually saw it, if you catch my drift. So that's going to get away there.
I don't catch it.
Oh,
yeah.
That's fine. You don't need to.
No plates.
Alright. So...
Unless I'm missing something?
So, wasn't there that patch where it was like, okay, the jungler is always going to get it or something? Or there's like a massive range?
It's 2,000 or it's 2,500 range on turret plates.
Yeah. So, was he too far? Like, was it a vision bug? Or like, was he actually too far?
Yeah, I'm not totally sure if Trundle ended up getting it, but definitely strange. 10 seconds until Mountain Dragon. Faker is just going to shifting sands out of there. And Mountain Dragon is finally alive. T1 are absolutely in the driver's seat together.
Oh boy.
Okay.
There's no flash. He's just a sitting duck. Chaos Storm is ticking. Ooh. Okay. Did a little bit of damage. And the victor, it looks pretty sad to watch.
Yeah. And Hex score totally completed at this point, but this is going to be Mountain Dragon going over, and I mean, he's getting some value here. 3 armor and 2 magic resistance.
Nice.
Wow. Amazing. Only level 9, so obviously those numbers will go up in the later stages of the game. And T1 rolling Infernal. It's the best Drake for them to get right now.
It's so big. For Jace, MF, Azir, that's just insanity. Even Olaf is going to be feeling pretty nice. Things are only looking like bright skies right now for T1.
Yeah. Things are looking like they have total control over this game. Victor is going to be stuck, and this is one of the problems with Victor. He's such a heavy champion that you have to rush the entire Hex core. Take a look at this replay, Faker. Just setting up the play. Gravity Field and Chaos Storm, but not going to have enough damage to bring down Azir.
Oh, again?
If
so mean.
Yeah, if Victor,
mean.
Well, Victor,
okay. It's going to try to force it here against Faker, and now we have the rotations coming in. Faker is going to survive, though, for so long. He's actually going to get the kill, and he will survive against any further damage. Ben and Spirit not able to get in here, and Ben is absolutely going to go down even after flashing. Pretty risky to try to go for that on a low percentage.
Yeah.
Now T1 are just getting so much on the map.
They're just so far ahead right now. They're going to extend their gold lead to about 5,000, and you can't really imagine a world where Afrika managed to hang on here and come back, because T1, they have the pressure coming in from the Dragons. They're going to threaten Soul at a very early point inside of this game. Faker looking like he's going to raise the top tier 1 as well, and if Victor and his machinery were a deep learning project, I'm pretty sure he would unplug himself as the best play.
Wow. He's learned so deeply that that's the only way to handle.
I think that's actually, yeah, that's the best move, actually.
At least T1 provided them with a ward farm there in the mid lane. Fly is like, maybe I can laser the... No, I can't laser the lane. Oh. And then we just see Keen, you see misses a couple of skills here in this one. Misses 2 Qs, it looks like, actually, which would have killed Faker. But instead, it looks like Faker actually has Triumph with the, I'm guessing, lethal tempo for the Azir. True Shot Barrage goes wide.
Yeah.
미리 잡았어, 천천히.
야,
뭐대야? 안에 좀 안 좋아. 야. 안에 개피, 모대 개피. 야, 좋은데. 좋아.
Good.
야, 이재공인 조심. 이재공 조심, 이재공.
FPs are out of
이재공
control.
빠졌어. 이제 아래, 여기.
Meanwhile,
Ezreal was below. Yogi, or over here. Now, interestingly enough, what I think, so the 3 wards might have looked really troll, but the reason that you place the wards in a fight like that is the opponent might actually misclick and auto attack it. So it's really key. And this is actually another thing that you can do if you have blue trinket late game and you're in a team fight. I mean yellow trinket too. Summon the trinket on top of one of your teammates that are getting auto attacked or in a fight.
Yeah.
And sometimes the opponent might actually misclick. And that can equate to several hundred damage depending on what it is that they end up wasting their misclick on. So
yeah, that's true. I never actually thought about that, but that's a cute way to min-max
Yeah, I mean,
fights.
There's
you know?
no other reason to have those wards at that fight, and it's such a decisive fight. Just spam drop the wards and hope they misclick.
Yeah.
That's an actual thing that you can do. So if you're a support player and you're in a team fight in mid game, there's no reason to have vision. Spam drop your wards on top of an ally getting autoed by the enemy AD carry or something, and maybe there's a chance that you absorb 2 autos, and that's a lot of value.
Yeah. Definitely is, but I think Afrika need about 7,000 autos right now to absorb because they're just getting dunked. They get clamped on here. They get sandwiched. And here comes Faker. He's going to blow them the other way, and, well, he's going to die. But he opens up a bunch of kills for his team. Oh, man, Keen trying to land those Qs. This time he will, but he will bite the dust afterwards. There you go. That is the ace. It's not clean, as Teddy and Faker did go down, but it does not matter because T1 are just so far ahead.
Yeah, so Rift Herald is going to crash into the mid-tier 2 here. Kana going to pick up all of the proximity gold. You see the magic resistance coming out on everyone. Really nice to see. They're going to get the Infernal Dragon for themselves. Let's take a look at this juggernaut right here. Wow. 1 ability power picked up for Nautilus, yeah. Truly a sight to behold. I'm not really quite sure how Afrika is going to come back from that one.
Wow.
As we're taking a look at the replay, this is Afrika trying to fight for vision and do stuff when they can't really afford to.
The Nautilus, let's
Victor
take a look at this.
casts his go so that he can die sooner.
Kana 1v2, he gets stunned up here. Mystic might be fed a kill. Looks likely, there it is. He's gonna get the shutdown onto the Jace. And he's pretty much their only hope. I mean, Victor, you know, he was never really a champion in this game. And the Mordekaiser is doing okay, but not as well as the Jace.
Victor's machinery right now is trying to process /FF as the command, but having a little bit of difficulty executing upon it. As the new Blast Cone effort, toying around with it really quickly, just, you know, eyeing it up.
Yeah, he's seeing all the
Honestly,
angles.
Nautilus has a very elegant strut. Okay.
You think so?
I do think so. The way that he manages to carry himself despite all that armor.
With all the armor, it's impressive.
It really is.
It makes you think that he's probably got a lot of muscle under that, under that armor.
Honestly.
In order to carry it with that much grace, I mean, that's the only way, right?
A lot of peacefulness in how he walks. Just pay attention to him next time he's on. Yeah. Honestly, truly a lot. And, I mean, next time he's on your screen, just pay attention to it. Take a look at him. Look at that hunk of armor.
I see what you did there. Yeah, he looks like he's skipping almost. Look at the back of his feet when he's running away.
Yeah, I mean...
Look at he's like coming up so high. Like, it's like he's running down the lane.
He's so happy.
Yeah. Here, let me just quickly hook this Ezreal. Oh, wait, that was a little bit short.
He wasn't actually trying to hit there. He was trying to rupture his eardrums.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think he was just kind of showing off. Ooh, look at my anchor. Yeah, I mean, the Nautilus is kind of interesting on a serious note. You know, into the Ezreal, it might be counterintuitive, but what I saw in the last fight was kind of interesting where he depth charges Ezreal, and then the Ezreal arcane shifts away, and then the entire front line gets depth charged.
Yeah.
And then there's like 3 or 4 people that are in front of Ezreal who is trying to run away. You know, it makes sense because you don't want to front tank as Ezreal. But might have to hold that thought. It just seemed like a good idea, and here we go again. But this time it's in the back line, and there you go, wombo combo. Yes, MF is going to die. It doesn't end up mattering as Keen. Okay. All right, Keen. Trying to bully Nautilus. See how it is. We don't take kindly to your part. To you around these
Nautilus
parts.
called in his bros.
Yeah.
To make quick work. Showed Mordekaiser whose suit is really better.
Yeah. That's
actually what Keen was really going for there.
Didn't
when he
take
death
very
realmed
long.
him. Yeah, he really wanted Nautilus' suit of armor.
Yeah.
Okay, T1, they're just gonna pick up the Baron. This will convert. I mean, it'll persist into the Infernal Soul. Is gonna end up getting picked up as well. Magic resistance even on Teddy at this point. Things are.
Why are they bullying Nolan?
Honestly, just bullying him. And this is a little bit ridiculous.
Reported.
Yeah.
It's not cool.
So we take a look at this. Make It Rain comes out. Teddy, some really nice movement. Pillar does knock him up, but then they don't have the Pillar or the bullet time.
Oh, okay.
Mystic, with the Arcane Shift, able to just tag Teddy. He ends up dying there, but again, it's just way too lost of a fight. Fly trying to do his best to run away. I mean, Victor is just... there's a reason we don't see him.
Yeah, I don't understand the Victor pick there. Can you name me like 5 different picks that could have been better in that spot?
Was Corki open?
Corki was open. Down here, sorry, I know you're lost sight. But
Yeah, I'm lost sight.
Trying to look at the draft.
I can't read your handwriting.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
It really is.
There was no Corki down though. I think Corki would have been pretty straightforward. It sucks because they drafted so much AP before picking their mid laner. You know, maybe the Mord pick was actually the problem. But as I say that, Mordekaiser is trying to get on top of Kana here. And not quite. Hexdrinker is going to help out a lot there, and he will just be bursted down. As they did actually kill Faker, who was alone in the enemy base for some reason. Didn't quite see that, but they did that all before the Infernal Drake spawned. So now this is a chance for Afrika to actually take the Infernal.
Well, I think even with just 3 members remaining, it's okay.
How about just one? or not?
Well, they didn't actually get a kill, and Mystic is...
Teddy's kind of slowed up here. This is a little bit awkward for him. He gets the 1, but the Trundle will take him down. Mystic picks up the kill.
Oh, the Winions.
Casually taking out the base here.
Oh, man.
Gonna try to steal.
Yeah.
Elam shows himself, though. Okay.
And the Ocean Dragon that they have is pretty interesting.
Nope, a little bit late there. But it was still a good smite at around 800, so.
And so, Afrika, I mean, they're still fighting to try to stay inside of this game. We'll take a look at the replay. So, Faker, you can see him inside of the base. He summons his Sand Soldiers, but really, I mean, he gets exhausted and then just tagged up. Couldn't really get into the team fight. Mystic, Arcane shifting forward just to guarantee that Faker could not ever escape here. And Teddy, with a bit of a better angle, bullet time, everything is won here, but unfortunately gets locked up. Ends up using the QSS. He could have actually ran away, but he really wanted to stand his ground. I mean, T1 still, they will win the game. It's a 12,000 gold lead with 1 Mountain Drake and 1 Infernal.
Yeah, they're all so tanky. I guess it's only Faker who hasn't really picked up any MR, but he has Zhonya's on Azir, so it shouldn't matter too much. Everybody else has some form of MR, especially the tanky members. And they're kind of just hanging around here. Would have been nice to see them actually just safely take the Infernal and then go for a push, but they wanted to make the most use of their Baron buff and ended up fighting them.
And it seems like T1, they're just posturing right now. They're pinging the bot wave. They're just going to rotate down to that, escort it into the bottom tier 3 turret, and then attempt to raise it. I mean, there's a minute and a half on Baron if they want to be super captain careful, but honestly, might not be necessary. Also depends on what Afrika tries to do. As everyone's just going to reset. Edge of Night and Maw of Malmortius on the Jace along with Murktread. A little bit surprised that Faker didn't just get a Banshee's Veil this game. just been sitting on Lost Chapter, picked up an Oblivion Orb. He recognized no one on the enemy team really had any magic resistance outside of that Ezreal, who has 66. Faker's penning 33. Oh, okay, he has AD2 now. What? How did he have? Oh, Braum. Okay.
Yeah.
And yeah, it seems like T1 are going to be super careful to end this game. So Vanilla Ice Cream not ready yet.
No, we're still making it. We're preparing it right now. Afrika will have to make a last-ditch effort, but it's not looking great when they're down about 12,000 gold here at 28 minutes. The game extending because of the failed push from T1, and so I think they feel the pressure to just, you know, not try to throw anything from here and just take a safe Baron into safe Infernal Drake. Maybe go for a turn if Afrika come into them. And they should still take that team fight.
Well, Kana and Elam just shoving in mid-wave. They're posturing right now. Baron is live. And if Afrika just walks in with the mid inhibitor still being down. Oh, actually, it just respawned. It's going to respawn on this wave. You can tell because there's no super coming out.
Trying to zone them away. Spirit is nowhere near trying to go for the steal as Faker gets 3 of them, and Mystic is going to be found in the front line this time around thanks to the Faker ultimate. And they're just kind of smacking them with the wallets here, although we do have the Mordekaiser in the back line, but Teddy's still alive is the main issue. And Victor actually did a lot of damage in that fight, similar to the Mordekaiser, but it turned out that Teddy's wallet was the heaviest, had the most money in it, and he was able to shut down the team fight.
But I mean, still at the end of the day, this is not something that should have just happened in this team fight. And you can see Spirit waiting right around the dragon. So let's take a look at this. So T1, they burst down the Baron. They end up getting it. Kana super low on HP. Effort locking up the Mordekaiser. Big knockup, but Faker going into Zanya's very early. Elam not able to bring down everyone as fast as he would have liked, and then Fly managing to make it away with all that MS on Victor. Keen ends up going golden, still ends up dying, and now T1, they're threatening Infernal Soul here, and it looks like Afrika's just going to give it over, so probably going to be all that she wrote now. Baron buff minions in mid, Infernal Soul. I can't imagine a world where Afrika wins a team fight.
Doesn't look likely here. The last one, I think, is about as close as they're going to get. And, you know, it was closer than we imagined, but it was still a win for T1. They had Teddy alive, and Fly kind of had to go home with his tail between his legs. So they were able to keep map control, get a bunch of vision down in the enemy red side jungle, and deny any chance at a steal onto the Infernal Soul point. So the push is now on with the bit of Baron buff that they still have available on 2 of their members. Slow and inevitable push coming in here from T1. They're sending Faker bot. He's got range. He can poke them away. And more importantly, he can poke down the inhibitor. But just going to let mid do the work and then engage from the mid side immediately. Keen is going to grab effort, bring him into the death realm. Makes him pretty squishy, actually. Gets him very early on in the fight, but look at that damage. Ben is going to go down, and Faker's going to sweep him up as Mystic trying his hardest, but he is just going to get bopped on the head by the Sand Soldiers. And that should be the end of this one, guys. 31.5 minutes. T1 are going to take the series after taking Game 3. So they're looking for the kill here on Keen in the fountain. As they're desperate. Faker needs that kill, but it's not going to happen. GG as the Nexus goes down and T1 take another win.
Well, they end up coming back, winning the series 2-1. And Game 2 and Game 3 absolutely stomps. Pretty much all around. Perfect gaming them in Game 2. We're not going to count efforts in at the Nexus turret.
Or the Rift Herald.
And this is why at the very end of Game 1, we were saying that them losing the draft in that manner doesn't necessarily reflect on the entire series.
Yeah. It was
one
like
of the T1 things, by the way, that sometimes ends up happening with RNG. And at the start of Game 2, mentioning the players being really good, when they get the ball rolling, it really gets rolling. And Afrika never were able to stabilize in Game 2 or 3. Very, very unfortunate. And honestly, Afrika, even in game number 3 with the wonky, I mean, 5 magic, basically, damage coming in, because Trundle gets Cinder Hulk, Subjugate is the majority of his utility. I mean, he is dealing hybrid, but...
Yeah, it's like 60-40 or something like that. Either way, it's just like extra upon extra. You've got Ezreal in there. It's too much. And I think that Mord pick was the real problem, because if you're going to pick something that goes into mid lane like a Corki, even a Victor, you know?
At that point, the Mordekaiser pick coming in blind is just so peculiar. There's so many other lines that you can end up picking. They could have just gone Gangplank blind there with Orianna, or Gangplank blind with Corki. Both of those variations would just be so much better than what they ended up going with. It was... I don't know. When you're
it's also Keen, too, who has a very deep champion pool, who can play a lot. Maybe he just decided that I'm playing Mord. It just seemed weird.
Mordekaiser sucks.
Really?
Look, he's pretty bad. He's not a very good... Which also is why it's so interesting, because if you pick Mordekaiser into someone that's better than you, which isn't what's happening here, but you'll really feel the problems of the champion, even in matchups that are supposed to be okay. Because he really peaks early on and then falls off a cliff, and eventually 80 carries get to a point where they're not even death realmable, because they'll just kill you inside of it. When he's ahead, yeah, he's a juggernaut. He'll be very oppressive, but it really is AP Darius in the sense where if you end up blinding him, it just feels very, very bad. And even as a counter pick, it's very bizarre. And so it's so surprising to see that Keen opted for that as his pick of choice, going in blind top, when champions like Gangplank still exist. Even Jace, for himself, if you're looking for a blind pick top laner.
Yeah. I mean, even Aatrox, he was available, you know? It's not your favorite pick, but it's definitely something that these Korean players love to play. Not necessarily a super common Keen pick, to be honest, but there were definitely a lot of options, and we did see some questionable pick ban choices, some questionable drafting today from both teams. And we've seen many examples now, even in just this one series, of why it's so important to have clean drafting, because it really can turn the tide of a game and, you know, give you outs in maybe, you know, when you're behind, or it give you better chances of winning, closing out the game when you're ahead. Just more efficient, overall better drafts.
Yeah. And I ended up giving over the POG to Faker. I think that the lane kingdom happening in mid, all the gank setups, really, really good. Again, just being able to be free and run around the map as well was super valuable. Even if Teddy really did show up in the later stages of the game.
야, 나 싸움 가 볼게 이거.
빅토르 안 피.
Those would be
앞부터
나 끌려갖고.
to vote.
밖에 유리, 밖에 유리.
밖에 아무 일
모델 봐줘, 모델 봐줘, 모델 봐줘. 모델 봐줘 이거.
Let's look at Mord. Let's look at Mord.
모델부터 앞라인부터.
Starting from Mord.
야, 이즈 노플, 이즈 노플.
From the front.
아래 줘, 아래 줘,
Ezreal
아래 줘.
flash.
나이스. 이즈 노플, 이즈 노플.
Nice. Ezreal flash.
끝내라. 안 되지 맞아요. 끝내라. 나이스.
이거 잡으실 분.
That was good.
끝내실 분.
I was happy with that.
끝내실 분.
터치면 끝나요.
야, 죽여.
터치면 끝나요.
Get him.
죽여 바로. 끝내. 아, 나 이거 너무 죽이고 있어. 아,
It's like,
일량 조작
should have
성공.
killed him.
나네.
It's a pity. We were close. And yeah, it all started from that first fight where they were chasing effort. And after that, things kind of went boom over there on the side of Afrika, and their comp wasn't really able to handle it from behind.
Yeah.
Multiple very flashy plays from Faker's Azir. He was really almost angrily getting into the back line. Very quick almost at the drop of a hat, he was able to engage on the enemy.
Every series, by the way, the last couple of days has really been going the distance.
Yeah. I was talking to Sunke about this Suncaster over on the side of the Korean desk, and it's like every day is 5-6, 5-6. Like it's just the rotation. Like it's definitely going the distance. Even yesterday, DRX against Sandbox,
Yesterday,
I believe.
I got home at 2 a.m.
Yeah. Yeah, I got home at 1. It was a late day.
I
It's a long
stood
day.
around for an hour in the rain trying to get a taxi.
It's really hard to get taxis around here, so that doesn't help.
2 a.m.
Yeah. And we're waiting on the interview. Sorry about the little delay, but we'll have that in just a moment. I think we also still have to show the player of the game, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
I don't think that was shown just yet. So,
Who do you think got it?
Faker is my guess. I know that's who you voted for, and you're 2 for 2 today, by the way. So I think you're going to be 3 for 3. So that is my guess here. We'll see though. I think if it wasn't going to be him, I don't really know who it would have been. I think Teddy had a pretty he had kind of like a show-off game. You know, he was coming in with a lot of mechanics, but it is definitely Faker. And LS is 3 for 3 on his predictions here. So we are going to be hearing from Faker and Effort in the interview.
A lot of the setups that he had early on, just super, super nice. So many things he did inside of this game for his team. Very valuable. And yeah, that was a 3-man Shurima shuffle. Ends up going golden inside of the Zanyas. Team 1 all just grouping up on top of each other. And honestly, Keen did a lot in this team fight, as well as Victor. Victor could have went down had Element landed that last undertow, but understandable. Champion was ghosted, as well as I think having the Q speed active, so yeah.
Yeah, it's not easy to chase a Victor at all. So it was like it was him trying to reach as he falls off the building. He's like, wait, I'm still a good champion. But actually, you know,
no,
not as good as Corky in that spot. I just think about all those engages where perhaps Corky would have had a little bit more mobility to get away. But either way, guys, we have the interview, so I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Congratulations on the win. Faker Effort, the same duo we saw on the previous POG interview. So first off, Effort, how do you feel? After the last victory, we are having the second wins in a row, so I'm happy.
처음에 1패로 시작해서 굉장히 분위기가
Well,
안 좋았는데
we are in a really bad atmosphere starting off the split with a loss, but it's getting better.
첫 패여서 분위기가 안 좋은 거예요? 1패인 거 갖고 분위기가
I mean, that's only one loss though.
포부가 커서 그런가요? 이유가
Is that
있을까요?
because like T1 has such a high standard?
안 좋은 전통이 있어가지고
Like we have this bad jinx going on in the summer split, so we just wanted to stop this.
김종성 선수도 그거 깨고 싶다는 얘기 많이 했었어요.
Yeah, I mean, Coach Kim also mentioned about the summer jinx in T1. Moving on, you guys are facing against Africa with a huge momentum, and you guys dropped the game in game number 1, and you guys subbed in LM in jungle. So what kind of feedback went back and forth? In game number 1, we said our team fight power was so low, our comp was not that good, so we thought that we should have more fights with an adjusted team comp.
어떻게 보면 요즘은 잘 안 나오는 알리스타를
Game number 2, Effort, you play Alistar. Last time it was for Khan, so you're going on with some off-meta picks with a high confidence.
네, 제가 이니시에 좀 자신이 있어서
Yes, I'm confident with team fight openings
열고 살아나오는
this time around.
생각하고
I planned for going in with Alistar and then surviving out.
마지막에 사실 저희는 오늘 퍼펙트를 이거
Even,
노데스
well,
에포트
but I want to ask you about the perfect game. You guys were so close to getting it, but you died to a turret. Was that your fault?
0대스로 끝날 수 있는 상황이었는데.
저는 1초라도 빨리 끝내고 싶어서.
I just wanted to end the game 1 second faster because we had a very small minion wave lap. So I just wanted to shorten our game duration.
그 퍼펙트 나올 수 있는 상황이었는데.
Faker, what do you think about that?
뭐 중요한 건 아니고요.
I mean, perfect game doesn't really matter, you know? I don't really care.
그렇죠.
그래요.
이기는 게 가장 중요하니까요. 네.
딜량도 별로 중요한 건 아닌가요, 페이커?
What about damage? Well, damage matters though.
이게 딱 명확한
I see the difference in the Faker's standard.
이거 그게 사실 그것 때문에 그 딜량과
About the
이
damage
퍼펙트 큰 차이를
and
스스로 느끼고 뭐 조작이라는
the
얘기도
perfect
하셨는데
game.
그 두 개를 비교해 주시면 에이 이거
So
뭐
would you like to
퍼펙트는 이래서 안
compare
중요한
that?
거고
Would you like
딜량은
to
이렇게 해서 중요한 거다. 딱 정리
elaborate
좀
that about your
부탁드릴까요?
answer?
아, 네. 사실 뭐 퍼펙트도 중요하긴
To be
하지만
honest, I mean, perfect game score is also important.
제가 잘한 거잖아요.
But what matters is me performing good. So I'm happy that I
그래서
got
마지막에 어떻게
a very
보면
high damage
오더가
number in
갈리는
the
장면도
end.
있었어요. 어떤 선수는 이거 죽여야 돼. 그리고 어떤
Yeah,
선수는
I
빨리
mean, in
밀어.
the end,
이렇게
I
오더가
saw
갈리는 장면도
the
있었는데
players were
어느 쪽 오더가 조금 더
were
맞는
not on the
판단인
same
것 같아요,
page
양 선수가
because
생각하기에.
some are going for the kill, some are going for the turret or the
잡았어도
nexus.
됐을 것 같아요.
I mean, we are in a huge lead, so maybe we could have gone in for
그러면 이제 또
fountain
페이커
dive.
선수 역시나 또 아지르로 맹활약을 하셨는데
Faker,
오프닝 영상도 많은
you are
화제가
popping
되고
off
있잖아요.
on
페이커
a
본인
Zir,
입장에서 봤을 때
the
좀
champion
어때요?
that
막그
you
선수가
were
그 영상?
두고 탁 떨어지는
in
장면
as your
나오잖아요.
opening title.
어때요?
네, 되게
How did
멋있게
you like
잘
that?
해주신 것 같아서 저는
I mean, it was
만족하고
really
있고요.
cool, so I'm
어,
really
다음에는 좀
satisfied.
이제,
Next time,
다른 챔피언도
I also want to try
만들어주시면 더 좋을
other
것 같아요.
champions.
예,
It will be really
본인이
fun.
그냥 지금 생각해서 이것도 한번 좋을 것 같다.
Would you like to
본인이
name
좀 이렇게
some?
제안을 해주신다면 어떤 챔피언? 아지르는 지금 완전 성공적이니까 뭐가 나왔으면 좋겠습니다.
Azir was a huge
네,
success.
뭐, 저는
많아서
크게 상관없을 것 같아요. 근데
I don't really care.
알겠습니다. 네. 자 이렇게 해서 오늘 이제 연승 스타트가 좀
SK
늦었습니다만
or
경기
T1,
연산하고
you
있습니다.
guys
다음
are
경기 샌드박스거든요.
continuing
예.
this winning streak, and
정말
you'll be
중요한 경기.
taking on
연승사가 지금 기회가 될
Sandbox
수 있는데 한
next
번씩
time.
부탁드리겠습니다. 에포트부터
How are we going to
부탁드립니다.
prepare for that?
이번에는 썸머 시즌 초반부터 좀 치고 나갈
I
수
really
있게
hope that we want to
열심히
kind of
준비해서
start really
꼭
fast in the summer
이어가도록
split this time around, so
알겠습니다.
we will make sure to get a third wins in a row.
연승 중이다 보니까 이 기세를
Yeah, I mean, we are in a winning streak, so I want to continue this momentum. So we will try to prepare for the Sandbox series really hard and keep this going. This will be the end of the interview with Faker Effort from T1, and I'm going to pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, for the wonderful translation there. Good to hear from Effort and Faker. Very realistic. I think after that series, not super excited. They said, hey, we had some problems, but happily we got the win after that one. As we're going to take a look at the standings now after the game. T1 able to pick up their second win now. They're on a 2-game winning streak after dropping the first series to DRX. And Afrika facing off against arguably, their first stronger team, really strong team here in the LCK. Do drop it, although they do pick up the one game, so it's not so bad. We're beginning to see things shape up here in the standings, but it's still very early on for this split.
Yeah, the thing is that for Afrika, we'll have to see how they fare against the other middle of the pack and other high-end teams. So T1, fortunately, they have a couple of easy matches actually coming up.
Yeah.
So they should be sitting pretty. But for our second series, we have Dynamics versus Hanwha Esports coming up next.
Yeah.
And the way things are looking, Dynamics should probably be considered the heavy favorites.
That is what we're considering, yes. Hanwha has shown that they are struggling with the top side of their map, but we'll have to see who does come out to play today, if they mix anything up. But guys, first we'll have a 30-minute break when we come back. Series number 2.
엠본드 계속 때리고 있고 엠본드. 자 월요코아. 아 어머나 실패. 쫓아가자. 캐리어가 왔는데. 와 진짜 캐리어가 나다. 나다 때려. 나다. 다 죽이고 있어. 더블킬. 심지어 카사딘이 뭐 도움을 많이 주는 것도 아니야.
까볼게.
이거 아까 말씀드렸죠.
위험한데?
하면 솔킬 내는 솔.
아, 6레벨 너무 빨리 됐다. 얘. 죽은데?
너구리
50이 요즘 솔킬 진짜
탑 다운된 중.
되거든요. 너구리가 기다려서 6렙은 됐는데 너무 늦게 됐어.
이기만 해.
W 풀 한번 반대로 내가 반대로
와. 아, 모델 높에.
데프트 방향으로 클리드가 내려갑니다.
다이브 각을 보는데 그러니까 투패가 슬쩍 한번 내려오긴 하거든요. 투패가 내려오고 있긴 해요.
이거를 속박하면서 뒤쪽으로 빠지는데요, 데프트. 하나 더. 다시까지. 번졌어요. 데프트가 된다.
역습 다 죽어요. 아니 저게
열망.
저게 왜 안 3대0. 선택지가 많아요. 캐디가 또 밀어내면. 근데 그렇죠. 하나생명은 드래곤 포기하고 그냥 여기 밀겠다는 건데. 그러면 어디까지 갈 수 있을지 용은 챙겼고요. 그렇습니다. 지금 선택지가 많은 하나생명이 귀환을 막아라. 아니 끝내세가 아니 귀환을 어디까지 막을 수 있죠? 가긴 갔어요. 네. 이게 그래서 좀 봐야 될 것 같은데요. 자, 바탕기계를 날렸고요. 돌고지가 이겼어요. 자지연이 있으면 일단. 그래도 상대 타고 내 상대 잡다. 내 파이퍼. 자 밀어내고 내 상대 잡다. 제재.
야 게임 끝내야 되겠는데 이거? 야 끝내볼래 이거? 내가 막아볼게 얘들아.
밀어냈고요 쌤을. 와 옛날에 다인고 다시 돌고 이걸 잘 막았네. 돌고 아지르가 이제 아지르가 이게 바다 영혼 모션 드링크 바다 영혼. 야 진짜.
이제 잡았어.
존중한 coming for you 마음 공고 already set 조종은 이미 결정난 승부 호가로리 샷 you can block 내 팀이는 1등급 샷다 놀라 각오했다면 정의는 뒤로 해 like pop 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 I'm ready to die kill shot tell me come and it's a hot bitch hot baby bring it back bring it back baby let's go wherever you are I'm gonna tell you now what you think about it think about going down kill shot oh did you tell me come down baby you can keep up last one down you know you can keep up I'm gonna let you count 2 3 2 1 you let shit down to the down down There's no time to cry. That's all I want in my life. Baby, I can tell you how I feel now. No one's gonna try to make me fall down. I'm moving on, I'll carry on. I'm learning to fly like a butterfly. Baby, I can tell you how I feel now. No one's gonna try to make me fall down. I'm moving on, I'll carry on. I'm learning to fly like a butterfly. Even though you used to wait, I move my wings like a butterfly. I don't think twice, and that makes me feel alright.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at the LCK 2020 Summer, and we're just getting into our second match. Had some nice dinner, and we are going into Homolife up against Team Dynamics. Homolife struggling a little bit. Definitely not getting off on a great foot here. 0-3 to start. They're really trying to mix up their roster right at the beginning of the split, which will generally lead to these issues. Whereas Team Dynamics, they look pretty good against the lower half, but so far did struggle in their last matchup. Well, actually, they played Sodaewon Prince in their last matchup, so they did okay there, but they did fall down to Afrika. So Afrika, not exactly top 3, but also one of the stronger teams, and Afrika did take that win. At least Team Dynamics were able to pick up the 1 win, so very curious to see how, where is this team exactly going to rank? And just based off of what we've seen so far, I think they should be at least ahead of Hanwha Life.
Yeah, they should, and I mean, I think that Hanwha Life, part of the problems for them is that their top side is just so weak, and I'm not referring to the top laner, I'm saying everything that isn't bot lane is definitely going to...
Yeah, for sure. And it's something we'll have to take a look at here as we see the points of the match. Hanwha Life is in a quicksand of 3 losing match streak. It actually does feel like they're in a bit of quicksand. Can they get their first victory against recently promoted Dynamics? New team out on the block. Dynamics is off to a smooth start, 2-1. The only loss they did take was against, of course, Afrika, as I mentioned before. And another big question, what is going to be Hanwha Life's lineup coming into this one? It's not, you never really know who's going to come out here. They started with Cuvée and Haru. They began to swap in bits and pieces, and then all of a sudden Dudu and Cad began to come in. And audacious rookie Doktam. Viper's not in his prime at the moment. I'll carry the series is what he said, but I mean, Viper's really the one saving grace. He and Lehens are really the ones that are kind of carrying the team at the moment, as we're going to take a look at some stats.
Yeah, team goal differential at 25 minutes. They're on average almost 4,500 behind. They're last place in the league. Team goal difference at 15, 22.05, so they managed to double that after 10 minutes, so
okay,
they're accelerating somewhere. Dragon percentage, 9th in the league. Herald percentage, 9th in the league. I mean, these are very difficult stats, and again, I mean, we're going to see the issues. Well, maybe we won't, maybe. They've turned some stuff around, but it's been a pretty constant trend. And the victory that they ended up getting over T1 surprised many people with what ended up happening.
Yeah, it was a bit confusing as to how Hanwha Life were even able to take 1 game away from this, from T1, for sure. But T1 has shown that they can stumble as well, as we did see earlier on. You see that the lineup here, most importantly, as I was talking about, they're going back actually to their veterans. Cuvée and Haru are playing today, so no Dudu, not yet at least, no Cad. And on the opposite side here for Team Dynamics, it will just be the top 5 that you always do see. They don't have any subs, which is actually pretty common from a challenger team. And yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, this team of Team Dynamics, we really need to see them against more of the top level of the LCK. I think that will really begin to give us a better taste of, you know, exactly how good this team is. As we're going to take a look at the key player matchup, I think in part because of the trash talk that DYN threw out there, Viper is actually performing pretty well on a team that is not performing at all.
Yeah, and I mean, Viper is basically the one-man carry. Well, not one man. He does have Lehens with him,
yeah.
But he's going to be the main pillar if they can have a chance at winning here tonight. And DYN, I mean, the stats on the right-hand side, 6th, 7th, 8th, 7th, and 7th. Dynamics, a lot of their wins are very team-focused.
Yeah.
In the majority of cases. And we'll see if Viper and Lehens can actually manage to pull something off here in tonight's series, as they've been really struggling to find it. And it's so interesting because right now in the meta, a lot of the AD carries are actually some of the focal points, but it's not the kind of meta where the AD carry and support completely dictates the pace of everything.
Yeah, that is definitely true. And so it is interesting to see how those AD carries interact in the current meta with their teams. And when I first saw the roster of Team Hanwha, to be honest, I was a little bit surprised, but at the same time not, because I felt that, in my mind, I thought that best top laner performing right now seemed to be Dudu, whereas the best jungler for the team seemed to be Haru. So I was thinking, maybe you want to mix it up and maybe put them together. But oftentimes here in the LCK, guys, they try to keep top and jungle together because of, they have to work together. They have to work together on ganks. They have to communicate a lot. And so they want to keep that synergy going between the top and jungle oftentimes, as we're going to get into the pick and ban for Game 1.
Well, Aatrox is being banned away first, and that's it. I mean, Dynamics, in game number 2, they're going to want to...
Is that it?
Yeah.
Is that the end?
Rich is going to be on a different champion this time around.
Lucian.
Yuumi and Varus have been banned away by Dynamics. Will they ban away Ezreal or Aphelios here? Is the big question.
Or Karma or Set? Aphelios is going to be the answer. And immediately they just pick up Karma.
Yeah, Karma B1 is one of the strongest B1 picks that exists in the current meta, and it's because of her versatility and power. It's very awkward to try to respond to this because Karma, she fulfills many molds. There's not a real theme that's going on here, so it's really hard to sort of start the layering process. As Ezreal being hovered right now by Dynamics. They're gonna lock that one in.
Yeah, definitely the most powerful AD carry that is left available out of the ones that are still here and not banned. Also takes away Karma Ezreal as a duo, not just in the bottom side, but just in general for the team. As we saw that Set was hovered there for just a moment, but then they went with Olaf.
Well, Kaisa now being hovered, and Set being hovered as well. That'll most likely be for Cuve.
Is this the salty run back from Viper? Or does he really believe, he himself, not any of the other teams or AD carries, believe that Kaisa is truly as strong as the amount of times he's picked it seems to indicate? Because he is just running it back over and over. We saw it not work in their last series.
And Galio being hovered and locked in here for Dynamics. And the thing is that Kaisa, I don't really know what to say about her. I think that picking her that early, B2, B3, there's not enough information in order to lock her in that early. And also, the setup that she wants with other champions is kind of hard to come by. I mean, I guess Set can follow her into the backline with a teammate, or Set can set up for her.
Wow.
Yeah. Not trying.
Well done.
Yeah.
Well done.
Hope karma doesn't come back to bite me, you know.
I'm glad you took this time, the 30 minutes, to rest and get your puns ready.
Yeah.
For the cast. Very well prepared.
I was sitting up here on the desk like a gargoyle the whole time thinking about it.
Okay.
Honestly, it wasn't that difficult.
Yeah.
As Volibear got banned away by Hanwha Life, as Volibear does do pretty good into Set. And Elise is going to be banned by Dynamics, which is a little bit surprising, given they already had their jungle. They already had Olaf locked in. I'm not sure what they're thinking about then there in that regard. Now the thing is that because Karma can go mid lane, this makes it a little bit awkward for Dynamics. They might just actually have to choose their support here if they want to retain counter pick. Oh,
okay.
It's going to be support Galio.
Yeah. Mixing it up here. That is one thing I like about Team Dynamics. They like to mix up their drafts. They're not very one-dimensional. And they're willing to flex very often. Kai'Sa's best mate, Nautilus, thinking about being picked here.
Well, yeah, Nautilus getting locked in, and so it'll be Kai'Sa Nautilus for Hanwha Life. And we'll see what ends up happening here as their final pick for jungle. Wow, it's going to be Kindred. So if they lock this in, Kindred did originally, again, rise to power as an answer to Galio once upon a time, but Galio's not the centerpiece of Dynamics' team composition by any means. And I mean, Set can carry someone out of the Kindred ultimate. That is something that's nice.
Yeah.
He can superplex them out, but at the same time, Azir can push you out. So, lots of bizarre stuff going on here. Rich is hovering Jace, and is going to lock in Jace, I guess, up against Set. Oh, no. Going to lock in the Mordekaiser. And this is a matchup that Set actually wins.
Yes.
But not sure who will actually win this one, as weird as that sounds. Reach and Cuvée.
I don't know what it is with the Mordekaisers today. They all seem to kind of fall flat. There are times where we're like, hey, Mordekaiser wasn't so bad.
Yep.
They needed some AP in the comp. That is not the case for Team Dynamics, who have AP and true damage. And some physical, obviously, from Ezreal. Definitely interesting to see him coming in there, especially, you know, we talked about some players like to pick for lane, some like to pick for the comp and the identity, but he loses lane. And it'll be interesting to see how it does with this composition.
I mean, with his ultimate, he is able to rip Kindred away in the team fights. Maybe something that he's going for. Well, Nautilus, Kai'Sa, Karma, Kindred, and Set for Hanwha Life. This team composition, it is a bit all over the place with stuff that it's trying to achieve. I don't really feel like it has a very core identity. The mid-jungle dynamic, I mean, it's something, but I don't think it's necessarily stronger than the opponents, and they picked them into their opponents, so that's what's a little bit strange. The set for the Kai'Sa setup, I guess, is something too. It's not a very big core identity. I really don't know what to make out of Hanwha Life's comp.
It's kind of like, okay, the set can set up for the Viper engage, and the Kindred keeps Viper alive. Lehens engages for Viper, and then Lava gives Viper shields so that Viper can carry in the later stage. That's what I think is, that's their composition. I think I nailed it there.
I think you really did too, and I think
Yeah.
that as a reward, we're seeing the World Cone advertisement really
Also
quick.
TikTok. Do you have a TikTok, LS?
No, I don't. And you know what? I'm not friends with Kesha, so.
Okay, me neither. I wonder how many people understand that reference.
I was, I mean, I think
how many kids know who Kesha is?
I think even if you were born in 2000 or something, 2001, TikTok was everywhere. If you go on YouTube, so here's actually a little funny mini game.
It's like 2010, right?
TikTok? Or
yeah, or 2009.
2009, I think.
Yeah, 2009 or 2010.
Yeah. The funny thing about TikTok is, so YouTube was in its infant stages back then, and generally songs that we consider iconic and we expect to have lots and lots of views on YouTube don't. But if you go on TikTok, that really does stand out.
Yeah.
As here we go.
Okay. Cougar was he was not expecting that. Had a little sheepish smile as well in the webcam window down there.
We'll see how this bot lane ends up going. As we'll see what Lehens and Viper can actually manage to do inside of this lane. They're going to give over the ward kill to Viper, starting with the sweeper lens. Meanwhile, up top lane, it looks like Set's doing actually just fine. Olaf going to full clear his jungle. Kindred doing red into Gromp. Oh no. Red into blue. And now I'm unsure what Kindred's actually gonna. Okay, so red into blue into Gromp is going to be the clear path for Kindred. And now it looks like Haru gonna make his way back around into his red side jungle and hope that he RNGs the mark on the bottom river.
Yeah, I mean, that's always the role. You gotta go. You're either gonna get one or none. Usually in the beginning for the Kindred.
I don't know what Beyond's doing. He's just running around in a circle, wasting a lot of time on this Olaf, and for some reason Kindred is outspeeding him. It's not a good look.
Did he go blue, Gromp, red? Wolves, Raptors?
No.
No?
No. And
okay.
Now he's going to run over to the left-hand side, and you can see Karma's trying to move over as well. They know Haru's here, and they also got the bottom crab. Okay, honestly, Beyond is...
Yeah.
Beyond anything I can understand.
Okay.
This game with the pathing.
Yeah, I don't know. He looks a little bit lost, that's for sure. And he is going to get that first mark over to Haru, who is going to be spotted, at least the flash in. They're going for this as Rich is looking to turn it around. Beyond flashes in, but you're up against Set. I mean, you're not really going to win that trade. I think he should have just stood there and stopped Rich from dying instead of trying to get in and actually win the trade.
Yeah, definitely a little bit strange. Now, Rich is coming back with double cloth armor. Set is going to have a much stronger recall here in this lane. Lava just coming on over to the right-hand side, placing a ward down, has the Chalice. A little bit of magic resistance here inside of this lane.
Are you seeing the CS? Crazy. He hit every one under the turret. It was pretty nice. I was impressed.
Well, Olaf is, he's not impressed as he makes his way back over to the Wolf Camp. Infernal Dragons, first one of the game. And Cuvée has a longsword and a ruby crystal.
Yeah.
And so we'll see where he ends up going. I'm very surprised that he doesn't just get some form of magic resist early on, given that it's Mordekaiser and Azir. And so it's going to carry over even into the other later stages of the game. Unwell Life now looking like they just want to pick up this Infernal Dragon very quickly. Seems like there's not going to be a response by Dynamics.
Yeah, they don't really have any interest in getting in there and trying to take the Drake away. Even though they do have the Olaf in their comp, they don't really make too big of a move towards that. Beyond is just over here stealing some of the camps away instead. Gonna go ahead and take all the wolves. Doesn't leave a Bambi. Some nice vision control out of Hanwha Life after they take that Drake as well. They know everything that's going on around the bottom side.
And we'll see as Beyond just takes the blast cone over. He's going to make his way now over to his golems, and he's just trying to power farm on Olaf. Not really looking for anything else.
It's another mark here.
That's the second mark for Kindred. And things can definitely get a little bit chaotic. Getting 2 marks super early on. Cloud Dragon going to be coming up next here in this game, and not a whole lot is honestly going on. We might have to channel Vanilla Ice Cream at some point in this game.
Well, speaking of which, they're getting pretty aggressive in the enemy jungle. I thought maybe they'd go for a little cheeky dive, but doesn't seem like it. Just going to take away the objective and be happy with that. It does feel like even though there's not much happening, the lanes are doing really well for Hanwha Life.
Yeah.
Bottom is winning. You know,
Top's winning.
Putting on that pressure. Top as well is winning as it should. Mid going even, but it's hard to deny an Azir from much CS, so there's that.
Well, Rich is pushing in. It seems like he's waiting for this next wave to arrive, and then he'll just hard shove and crash.
He didn't just let that cannon die.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why he's playing as reserved as he is. Because Mordekaiser doesn't have lethal on him at that point. And Beyond is just going to land an Undertow really quick. Cube trying to get some intel for his team. Rift Herald finally has been spawned. So Beyond probably not even going to be able to actually take it with how the lanes are probably about to go and the fact that Lehens is on the left-hand side. So we're just coasting towards a pretty standardized mid-game. And all things considered, I mean, for somehow, some way, Rich has recovered in top lane. I don't even know how this happened. This doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah. I think it comes from Kive's passivity, right? He's giving up CS. He's just essentially letting it happen, I think, in many different ways. As it does look like Team Dynamics, though, are letting the Rift Heralds happen because of seeing Lehens being there very early on. They're just going to push bot and get some plates instead.
So at the end of it all, Rich has now found himself with a CS advantage, even after all those minions are consumed. And Duckdom and Guger almost actually got 2 turret plates. So a whole lot of nothing happening in this game, and yet a whole lot of something. As Hanwha Life have lost all their real edges. Which is very strange. Okay, Black Cleaver on set.
Yeah.
Just take it away, Valdez.
Wait, would you have rather seen it on the Kindred? Or you just didn't want to see it at all?
Just don't want to see it at all.
I mean, he's got Kindred and Kai'Sa, though. Doesn't that... Okay, well, we're going to have to have that discussion later, as Guger might just die here. Aftershock helping him for a bit, but the heal is going to help him at the end. And he will actually get away.
Still a worthwhile trade for Hanwha Life. Haru going to come in here now. And yet another Scuttle Crab going over to Kindred. Been finding a lot of aid in that department. Almost has the Warrior enchant. I mean, Beyond does already have the Cinderhulk, so this Dragon with Galio coming back into lane and also having his ultimate available, it could go the way of Dynamics because Kuzan's going to come off of a teleport.
Yeah, you would imagine they'd try to make a play at it.
Yeah, the thing here, once again, in regards to set itemization, 'cause it's been a while since spring.
Yeah.
Is you're oftentimes single target damage, and set does this whole combo, doesn't get benefit from all the stacks, and then tries to W and deal true damage. So
the Azir.
Yeah, the Azir.
Cougar giving a little Teemo thumbs up.
Getting the Cloud Dragon, and it's gonna be Ocean that spawns in this game as, okay. Rich is sitting pretty right now.
Yeah, he's really
in the
turned
top
around
lane.
that top lane. The first 3 or 4 levels were pretty difficult for him. You remember the gank from Haru at level 4 also happened where it was kind of botched beyond, flashed in, and it was a really awkward situation. But after that, he's really taking control of the lane. Everything seems to be going well for Team Dynamics from here on out. The bottom side still a bit ahead in terms of CS, but they haven't extended their lead from the earlier parts of the game. Their aggressive maneuvers have also failed. And you can see the goal difference over time. It's not too big of a deal this early on, but still trying to make that happen. It's funny how little damage Kibe does early on in this game, as Mordekaiser actually pretty tanky overall, going for the arm guard first. And that Rift Herald, by the way, is Shelly, and it might not even get a charge here, or it's going to get a little itty-bitty one. Here we go.
Well,
still is going to give all that gold over to Hart.
A little bit of a charge. Still, at the end of the day, Dynamics are up 200 gold right now, but that Infernal Dragon is obviously making that not really matter all that much. And here we go!
Yeah, he's just gonna get immediately burst down. Gonna push through the magic shield. Not gonna affect Kai'Sa too much, and immediately he just gets burst down. You gotta be careful just walking up to lane if you don't have any vision at all. I mean, they've only got river vision, so you gotta at least keep it in your mind that there is a possibility that Lehens is still around. Nice little tricky play from Lehens that picks up first blood for the Kai'Sa. That's gonna be key when a lot of your comp is built around your Kai'Sa in Viper.
And we'll see what else ends up happening in this game. And just take a look at that. I mean, Lehens just weaves it in. It's really simple. Nothing really that Ezreal could do. They even get the Galio ultimate out of Cougar. And Cuvée now, I mean, he's just continuing to get shoved in. And so this is, I mean, I'll even highlight the argument about, like, oh, well, Black Cleaver is cheaper than Trinity Force. Well, he didn't need the Black Cleaver yet. He wouldn't need it 5 minutes from now, or 10. So Trinity Force could have just been completed. And the other thing about it is that the armor shred, even after you fully apply it and your follow-up damage, the Spellblade procs would deal more than you could do on your own. So unless your teammates are really getting in on that armor shred with you as well, all the attack speed amp converting into passive usages for set, the base MS not requiring you to get the rage passive, all these other things. Black Cleaver's just it's always a head scratcher item. It's like seeing Stoneplate on Ornn. Superplex!
Oh, here we go. Immediate flash at a Rich. You gotta respect that play, actually. Pretty much any time after set is level 6. It's very simple to set up, as it doesn't even require flash up against a melee champion especially. As there weren't any plates taken down, just 5 total, of which 4 did give gold.
And this is one of the really cool things about Karma. She has 2 of her core items completed, when Azir has 1.
Yeah.
So
15 minutes, by the way.
This is one of the super benefits of the way that she's able to itemize and how oppressive and strong she is with these items. So Ardent Sensor, one of the most giga-busted broken items in the entire game. If you ever go and actually look at the stats and everything that it provides for the gold cost. Death Realm.
Well.
Yeah, Rich is not going to be able to find a kill.
That,
Barrage.
yeah, it doesn't disable the turrets, guys.
No?
So.
Oh, okay, they're just dead again.
Probably don't
Oh,
want to
that's so nice.
They're going to get the knock-up on a both, and Duckdom is going to fall low, but he actually does trade the kill back onto the Nautilus at least. Haru gets low as well. Woo! But everybody is going to survive here on the side of Hanwha Life outside of the Nautilus. 2 for 1, and they pick up the turret here for Viper.
Yeah, so obviously this was not expected by Hanwha Life. They had the Kindred there with Lamb's Respite. And so probably not anticipating that this would be the end result. And now Dynamics, they're going to come down, start the Ocean Dragon. Let's take a look at this replay one more time. Cannon gets eaten, and Duckdom could not get, I mean, they couldn't get all of the minions down, but they did trade that one kill. So, making the best of a bad situation.
Yeah.
Almost has the Iceborne Gauntlet here on Ezreal. Leandries on Mordekaiser. Shrelia is also on Galio, and the gold score is virtually even. Rich does not have Death Realm, but here comes Galio.
Cock-a-doodle-doo, says Galio, comes in there, but now Haru's in position. Rich doesn't have his flash, but ends up not needing it, actually. Here comes Duckdom, is looking to run them down as Ezreal does. He's going to land that one. There's the big flash taunt, but there's no follow-up. The Kindred ultimate, a little bit awkward. They're really trying to force this one with the TP coming in. That is a huge Emperor's Divide from Kuzan to get the one. It's just unfortunate. Again, there wasn't much of a follow-up after that. Ends up being a 1-for-1 so far. They're still chasing after Viper.
Whoa!
That was a nice move by Kuzan. He's looking smooth right now on the Azir. Gonna pull in Lava, who will survive for quite a while. They're trying to burst him down. There's the double knockup from Lahens, just handing over 2 kills to the Kaisa. And now Duckdom's in a really awkward spot. He should, okay, he's gonna be able to get away, but actually, Cube is going to put him in his own version of the Death Chamber. And there you go, 5-0-2 for Viper. And he's going to be the guy you're going to look forward to carry this game.
Yeah, and so this is a good series of events for Hanwha Life, even after it should have been cataclysmic for their game state. Initially, Galio Ultimate comes out, Death Grasp right there, Lahens forced to use his stopwatch. Haru does not have the damage to kill Mordekaiser there. And you can see they all turn it around. Guger eventually flashes forward. And Kuzan, waiting for his opening, ends up going for the Shurima Shuffle, throwing everyone back, and then they make the decision to go on Lava, whereas Cube would have been a sitting duck, or he would have had to have blown his flash at the very least. And then right here, really good shifting sands. Sand Soldier not able to do enough damage, and then Rich misses the Obliterate, and that actually causes Lava to live.
Yeah.
So
that's insane.
Yeah, Lahen's able to get there and do a lot of value. I think as we come back into live, though, it's not the end of the world for Dynamics by any means.
It was just really messy. Like, that is not a straightforward fight.
Right,
that one lasted from the enemy red for Hanwha Life all the way to their own tier 2. And just went miles.
Dynamics, I mean, they did get the Mountain Dragon, or the Ocean Dragon, and they're only 800 gold behind right now. Oh, actually, probably less than that as Rich consumes this entire wave. So it's about 800, 700 gold is the deficit. Kindred building Black Cleaver too. I have no idea. I'm not going to pretend to. As QSS also picked up on set. When, if you itemize right on set, if Mordekaiser Death Realms you, you can just beat him inside it.
Yeah.
Or you can live throughout the duration. There's no reason to stifle your build this hard.
I mean, it offers you some MR, at least. I don't.
True.
That's the one saving grace, I guess.
I mean, against 4 sources of magic damage, though, I mean, even Adaptive Helm at this point would be so insane.
You can use the gold for a better MR item if you're just looking at MR.
And Kuzan with the Leandries on the Azir. Very surprising.
Lehen's maybe a little bit bloodthirsty after his success earlier with the engages onto Ezreal. This is a very different time compared to the laning phase where you had Viper right next to you.
So the very weird thing here is I don't know how Hanwha Life is ever supposed to engage outside of Nautilus. And even once they do engage with Nautilus, you can't get past Azir.
Yeah.
And the Galliol is going to part the Red Sea. And you can call it Gugur Moses at that point, as this is what I was referring to in the champ select, in that Hanwha Life's, there's no identity. It's just a random thrown together series of 5 champions.
It's just 4 champions that can help Viper. That's what it feels like. Trying to get in the back line here is Cuvee. He's got a stopwatch, so at least he'll survive for that long. Forces out the Lambs are spiting a really awkward spot, though. Cuvee trying to line it up, but he's going to go down. Rich in the back line, and the dominoes fall. And down they go like flies, as it's only Viper left available. We've seen this before for Hanwha Life, a very awkward engage from the top side of the map here, and Team Dynamics are just going to happily take that, run along with it to the Baron very early on.
I think Kuzan has TP. Oh, 2 seconds. I don't know if he's going to use it. No, doesn't look like he's actually going to use it, so they're just going to let them get the Ocean Dragon, which I mean, obviously it's a bit of a blunder. You just saw they did not need every member there to get that Baron, so they easily could have prevented this. The Superplex by Cuvee, I have no idea what he's doing. Absolutely none. Lamb's Fight comes out, Mordekaiser says, you know what, you're coming with me to the Death Realm.
Yeah.
Set just goes down instantaneously, and Lava getting brought down too. I mean, Dynamics' champions are just better, pretty much.
Better champs, better comp.
And also at that fight, their spikes were so much more impactful on their champions as well. So now with Baron, they're going to have the opportunity to get themselves quite a lot of golden resources. Should be able to, at the very least, raise the tier 1 in mid lane. And Set is now stuck on his itemization, by the way, because of the QSS.
Yeah. Good luck getting any other item. I mean, he's not even really farming. He's looking for a behind-the-back engage here. He's going to find Duck Dom, but immediately TP comes in. Looks like that might be Shirelia's there for the Galio. Just trying to push everyone forward. They're not going to dive the turret, but the engage is not going to work. At least they get the flash out of Duck Dom. We're looking on the bright side of life here for Hanwha Life.
And the next item for Rich is probably just going to be completing the Zanya's Hourglass, as he's been sitting on Seekers the entire game. Viper is at 2 items, waiting for the Miramana spike to kick in for the Kai'Sa. Not sure how far away Lava is on Death Cap, but this is going to maybe be mid-tier 2 falling. No. So in terms of a Baron power play, it's not super massive. Really good itemization, by the way. Beyond picked up a Knight's Vow to make it so that it's that much harder for Kai'Sa to actually gun down one of the carries.
Yeah.
In the backline. So
we saw in the last fight what Kai'Sa was able to do. I mean, again, it was a really awkward engage, but your AD carry has 3 core items, and he's 5-0 and 2, and still not really able to put a huge dent. I just imagine if it was Aphelios that was 5-0 and 2 in that situation.
Yeah.
It's like, you're going to have so much more success. Like Viper on Kai'Sa, he's going to have a lot more backline access, and if you're winning and you can you know, get these very straightforward engages, then maybe, but in situations like this, the Kai'Sa doesn't look so strong.
The reason that they're picking Kai'Sa is Kai'Sa in a vacuum answers Ezreal. The problem is that Kai'Sa answered Ezreal at a point in the meta where Death's Dance was not a thing. So, not only is Ezreal tankier than Kai'Sa remembers, this is not the same Kai'Sa from the heyday of Worlds in terms of the stats and how quickly she can come online and other things that are also prevalent inside of the meta. And so, even when she jumps into the backline, it's an Ezreal that has lifesteal, resistances, Frozen Heart even, Iceborne Gauntlet, sorry.
Yeah.
On top of it all. And so Duckdom's able to live a lot on his own, but then the Galio ult comes out, gives him a magic shield. And how does Kai'Sa get an assassination off? And the answer is, well, she doesn't really do that. And then she's so short range as well. Hold on.
Okay, trying to force this onto Rich, but he's Mordekaiser, so he can isolate himself. He's going to try to run out of this one. That's not the properly timed anchor. The Dredge line will not land to Guger, and they end up taking a lot more damage than actually Team Dynamics did at the end of the day. And they're still looking for that really great engage, but the last 2 or 3 of them have not really been so strong, to be honest. I mean, even with Kive coming in from behind, isolating the AD carry, they still don't really have a follow-up afterwards, so it has looked kind of awkward with their composition, which is what we talked about. Now, at least for Hama Life, Team Dynamics aren't on Soul Point here, as they could have been. If they had just split up 3 and 2, you know, a tank and a couple of damage dealers, or 4 and 1, you know? Like,
yeah, 4 and 1 would have been more than enough to just stall the Kai'Sa and then eventually reset and get to the dragon. Yeah. Really like this graphic.
Yeah, we get to see all the cooldowns here.
2 seconds until the dragon's up. And it's going to be available now. And I mean, Cube has not been farming for the longest time. He is very, very starved on economy. And obviously, that is unfortunate. They're pulling the dragon out. This will make Kindred have to commit that much harder into the pit if she wants to go for a steal. Cube, I don't know what... All right, there it is.
Trying to force it onto Kusan, but he immediately is able to stopwatch and just tries to wombo combo, and Lava's just being pushed out of the fight entirely. Viper, once again, we've seen this so many times, he is left all alone, and at least Haru is going to avoid the sniperino there. As they're rotating mid.
I think they can end?
I think if all of them went mid right away, they could end. But instead,
yeah, I think if
taking
they,
the safe way out.
Yeah, if they all went mid, I think they, well, actually, you know what? Kindred would cast Lamb's Respite in front of the 2 Nexus turrets, stand in it, and just kill all the minions, I guess?
Yeah. There are ways, I suppose. This is definitely much safer. Because you're already winning by a lot.
Yeah, you're winning by so much, and honestly, I mean, that engage, it really just... It was the hallmark definition of what we were talking about, where, okay, set runs forward, Kai'Sa goes in, cleanses the exhaust, not enough damage. And then Dynamics just stand their ground. So there's no way to really penetrate this Phalanx. Set is a useless champion at trying to do it, and Kai'Sa doesn't offer enough, so it's really just a pretty big blunder all around. And they didn't need to take that team fight, by the way. That was not a do or die team fight. They needed to take over the 3rd dragon for Dynamics.
Yeah.
They could have just waited, let Deathcap come online for Lava, try to get a little bit more items, and then have the do or die team fight. But really just reckless decision out of them, and
yeah, they're not thinking that far ahead. They have Lehens in position, and they're like, maybe this is our chance. Maybe we can engage. Our Kai'Sa's really strong. If we get a good engage, we can still win. But it's not really the case, as we have seen. They're going to try to force another one here, try to get onto the Ezreal, but he has so much room. And the Red Sea is parted, even without the Galio ultimate. They're just going to chase him down here. They've got Olaf, Azir, they have Ezreal. But actually, Homolife is going to be able to get away for now with the minions that will push on to the objectives regardless.
And they're all pushing into mid now. Rich is going to move down to bottom lane, tap these minions as well. Viper trying his best, janitor duty. I mean, Juve is teleporting. I mean, it just really won't work.
Yeah.
Even if he tries to find an engage. And the other thing that's making this very problematic for Hanwha Life is the double Ocean Dragon is actually, you know, it's doing a little bit here and helping their sustain during their Baron Siege.
Sure. And how about a little bit more? Redemption comes down. Will Hanwha Life ever find the Miracle Engage? It's not looking likely.
I mean, now Karma is on cooldown with her ultimate, and so there's no real way to have a team fight. They're just bringing in all of the minions, double cannon, a super, and I mean top even falls. So this is going to be triple inhibitor, and they're going to back off, it looks like. So if you want to talk about Captain Careful, they're wearing biohazard suits here. I don't know what to say. This is definitely all she wrote. Look at the itemization out of Ezreal too. Even more magic resistant. Why does Kai'Sa have a Morello?
Just to piss you off, Ellis. I don't see the rhyme or reason at all. They're like, Ellis is casting today. You know what? We already lost this one. Let's build a Morello Nomicon. That'll get him.
Oh man.
I mean, like, you gotta cut down on the Ocean Drake healing, the Ocean Soul healing. That's eventually gonna come in.
You know what? That's a good. I mean, by the time they get Ocean Soul, though, the game's over. The fact that Kai'Sa has the Morello is not really gonna do anything.
Look at Lance.
He's in no man's land right now.
Yeah, Nautilus is lost.
Oh, he went to the river.
Oh, it makes sense. Yeah, that's true.
He's really on theme right now.
Just trying to get back
I am
to his
lore
plans.
specialist, after all, so.
Exactly.
Please.
You understand these things.
Here he comes, like Godzilla.
Okay.
King of the monsters.
Juve is also actually going to be put in the Death Realm. And look at the zoning out of the Gallios, like insane. You're never getting near anyone in the back line, as 3 members even are going to be taunted up before these turrets go down. And that should be the end of the game. Very careful here from Team Dynamics. Actually, Viper getting his revenge onto a couple, gets 2. He's still going in there, but it's not quite enough. That's still going to be the end here. 33 minutes in, Team Dynamics are going to put an end to the Nexus and an end to Hanwha Life here in this first game. And once again, it did kind of feel like a team effort from the side of Team Dynamics.
Yeah, it really was a team effort. There's no individual player here, I think, that necessarily stands.
Kuzan.
I guess Kuzan?
I would vote Kuzan personally.
Yeah, I voted. You stole my vote. It's fine.
I just coerced you into perhaps
not that
voting, for the correct person.
Okay, thank you.
Kuzan did have he was one of the players, especially in the early game, that just looked on point compared to some of his teammates that looked very lethargic out of the gate, kind of like, still asleep.
Yeah.
But they eventually woke up, and even though they have this like slow, methodical style, it is very effective, especially against whatever it was that Hanwha Life was throwing together.
Well, the bot lane, obviously, for Hanwha Life, yet again, were the only ones that were really performing. I mean, this team composition, I'm not even going to say it's a draft. It was... I don't know what that was. There was not a whole lot of synergy with it. It wasn't trying to achieve anything or interact with the opponents, and it was very, very one-sided. It reminded me of Game 1 of the first series of today.
Yeah.
And Viper is actually in Elo hell right now. He's in loser's queue. If you know what that is?
Yeah.
Where they just try to make you lose.
Yeah, there's
the algorithm.
no way to win.
Yeah. Wow.
You got your team Yasuo, you have Teemo support. Yeah.
That is true.
You've got, you know, Aurelion Sol, first-time player in the mid lane. Yeah, it does feel pretty bad for Viper. I mean, it's obvious that he's playing well.
Your Aurelion Soul is like, what is
Mine?
no, the dragon.
Oh, from
cartoon.
The last.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Enemy team Aurelion Soul
talking
is Shenron though.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. But guys, that was pretty one-sided. We'll see if Hamaleith can come back with something a bit stronger for game number 2. Or will Team Dynamics slowly but surely close out the draft here, as they looked pretty good today. Team Dynamics very clean in their match. And we'll see if they can finish it off here in the next fight, guys. So we'll be back after a quick break.
플래시 조심해. 세트. 세트 근데 이거 플래시 빠진 거야. 지금 플래시 빠진 거야.
노플이야.
야, 내가 잡을게.
뒤에 노틸, 뒤에 노틸, 뒤에 노틸.
나 봐줘, 나 봐줘.
어.
노틸부터 볼래?
야, 나 봐. 앞라인, 앞라인. 모델 쪽 가.
모델 쪽 갈게, 모델 쪽 갈게.
잡았어. 야, 천천히 하면 끝난다.
야, 빨리 마, 여기 빨리 마. 타워, 얘들아 타워. 끝내자.
아, 끝내면 될 듯.
죽였어. 네, 나이스. 야, 죽여버려.
잠깐만요.
죄송해요. 이퍼형
야,
죽여야 돼.
오야,
하나, 둘, 셋 하면 라모스 따봉하는 거야. 하나, 둘, 셋. 나이스.
Can I do the clap yet? Do the clap. Clappy clap. Are you ready for the clap?
I'm checking. The comp.
It's just time to clip. Okay, I will clip. You clip. Good. All right. Okay. Clap. LS.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I'll do my clappy clap. Max's clappy clap. Do clappy clap number 2. Oh, look at Ellis. Just do it. Do it again. Do it. Give us another one. Give us 2. Oh, he was so good at it though. All right. And
Go. Nice.
yeah.
Jesus. Yeah, go ahead.
LS, can we need to dispel the myth that is Ezreal loses to Aphelios, because a lot of our LCK teams are picking Ezreal first over Aphelios, prioritizing it higher. There must be a reason for that. I imagine scrims are probably an example.
So,
but yeah, what's going on?
I think like a TLDR is Aphelios is really weak to two things in specific. He's weak to long range, and he's weak to terrain morphers, or people that control terrain. So you think of like Orianna Ball, keeps him on a leash. You think of Gangplank Ultimate. You think of, you know, I don't know, Vigar. You think of anything that makes it so that he can't just walk up and 200 years you.
Appropriate time-based greeting. I am Max Atlas Anderson, and this is LCK News. It was the first week of LCK for the Summer Split, but before we get into the results, we need to cover what has changed since the Spring Split. Starting at the top, T1 made very few changes in the off-season, most notable being that Closer changed the S in his name to a Z. Yeah, that's it. Gen.G, however, made a big move. Longtime coach Edgar has left the team, and coach Odin has stepped up to replace him as interim head coach. Edgar was with Gen.G from back in 2013, when the team was known as Samsung White and Blue, and stayed as they changed to Samsung Galaxy in 2014 to 17, KSV in 2018, and Gen.G until spring of 2020. During his time, he claimed 2 World Championship titles with Samsung White in 2014 and Samsung Galaxy in 2017. Needless to say, Odin has some pretty big shoes to fill. Things were quiet, however, on the DRX front, although they did officially rename to just DRX instead of Dragon X. So, there's that. Similarly for Damwon, they made few changes to the team, but Zephyr was named officially as head coach. He was interim head coach prior to this, and Ghost has officially moved to starting marksman for the team, to absolutely no one's surprise. Here's where we get to the juicy changes, though. KT Rolster. They've called back some former KT solo laners to augment their current roster. Yukal rejoins alongside Kuro in mid, as well as Smeb making his re-debut after a season away from the stage, joining Soan on the top side. I know many are nostalgically looking forward to when the former Rox Tigers solo laners take to the Rift together again. And also Acorn, who joined as a coach at the start of the year, renamed from Chunju back to Acorn, but I think we all still called him Acorn anyway.
I have arrived.
Yeah,
we're
exactly.
here.
Well,
Episode 4. What was the name of that one?
Episode 4 is A New Hope.
A New Hope? Yeah, I'm the New Hope of the Pog State. I'm looking to bring back this
balance.
The balance to the force of this podcast.
Of the desk.
I rolled. He played so many games of Hacks Play Set, right?
Oh my god, and his level 1 flashes. Oh,
yeah,
so good.
I mean,
the
like
alpha.
that. We need more of that. The alpha
Hell
male
yeah, dude.
style, LCK, you know?
But that's actually a name that a ex-Slovenian player that used to be high elo and had team offers and stuff used, so I'm using that name in honor of him. But no, I'm not a Clear fanboy.
But that's kind of the fun of it, right? Like, that is what sports is, right? So,
like when you just said character instead of champion, they're gonna...
Yeah, they're gonna be like, oh, this guy doesn't know. He's trying to play Overwatch out here.
와.
연패 탈출이
Welcome back
절실했던
everybody to the
하나생명과
analyst
분위기가
desk
좋은
of the
다이내믹스가
Friday night
만났습니다.
LCK
1세트는
2020
다이내믹스의
Summer
승리로
Split. It was
마무리됐는데요.
Hanalife versus
뱀픽을
Dynamics,
살펴보면
and Dynamics
양팀
was the
조합에
one
차이가 있었죠.
taking away the win against the opponent.
좀 봤는데 하나생명 조합은
Let's talk about the draft first.
킨드레드 카이사
Hanalife Esports, they had two marksmen in their comp, looking for the late game high speed carry. By Dynamics, they outranged them in many ways, especially their comp is much easier to pull off.
어떻게 게임을 끝내야 했을까? 저는
For Hanalife Esports, they had Karma, Kindred, which had a really high priority in mid and jungle. So they can put a lot of pressure in the opponent bot lane. So we needed this organic rotation with the mid and jungle synergy, but they were actually having a different path all around the map. So maybe Hanalife needed to earn more points in the early game. Hanalife once again took the Kaisa and Nautilus comp for the bottom lane, so we can see that they were trying a lot of combo and synergy with these two picks. They hooked on the Galio going to the base. However, Galio walked away alive using his exhaust. So with this failed attempt, well, Hanalife, they had to slow down their snowballing speed. This is another combo coming from Kaisa and Nautilus. But to be honest, that was only one kill. They weren't able to snowball into the game sides. At first, they used all the ultimate own to Ezreal, so they had to actually let the opponent to take the dragon. And in their second attempt, they only got a kill, nothing more. They do have a confidence on this pick and combo, but this does not have a huge impact in the later phase of the game. And that maybe that is why Kaisa is having a very low win rate. And this was a very absurd teamfight attempt from Hanalife Esports. Once again, they are outranged by Dynamics player. With this pressure that they have to open fight before they get chunked down with the poke damage, they were rushing in. Well, first off, Hanalife had a very difficult comp to pull off, but with that clumsy teamfight attempt, well, there was no way for Hanalife to find the space to kind of get a win out of that fight. Most of all, the set initiation, Cuvet's engage was not on point. At the same time, he does understand why Cuvet kind of pulled off a huge blunder in that fight, because he understands that Cuvet must have been feeling a lot of pressure as the initiator role in this team. Let's check out the player of the game on the side of Dynamics. Kuzan and Azir. This game around, Kuzan was locking in a hyper carry or the damage dealing champion instead of a supportive champion, which was his main kind of role in this team. Good Azir player, they always Shurima Shuffle inside to kind of destroy or disrupt the position of the enemy player. In addition to that, his itemization was also really smart. In terms of Karma and Azir, matchup, it is easier for Karma to roll throughout the game, but Kuzan was really smart holding on to the power spike that he can get in the later phase. So Kuzan was sharing some of his votes. The support player Cougar also doing a great work on Galio picks. Now it's time to check out whether it's gonna be an early night to close out today or whether it will, Life Esports will extend the day.
Thank you, Ji-sun, once again for the great translation there of the analyst desk. As we're jumping into game number 2 in just a moment, Hanwha Life down a game to Team Dynamics. Kuzan able to pick up the player of the game. Had a very clean Azir. You've been seeing mainly clean Azirs today, and is becoming more and more popular here in the LCK. I suppose it always has been since its release. And another question, can Viper actually carry his team? As it seems like, as a whole, they have been a bit helpless, LS.
Yeah, they have seemed pretty lost inside of the games, and this is always the scariest trial for star or elite players to walk, where when your teams are losing all the time, how long until you break yourself and you just give up the motivation to remain at the level that you're at because you think, well, what's the point to try this hard if it just doesn't matter, it doesn't result in anything? So it is very, very worrying. Viper tried that game, but I mean, he was on a not a very ideal champion for the whole situation.
Yeah, the Kaisa is 0-4 so far after that game, and I think that it's been Viper every single time, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe it is time to just shelve it and go for something a little bit more meta. Wouldn't mind it, to be honest. As we're hopping into pick ban again.
Well, see if Ezreal ends up biting the dust.
Ezreal is definitely... we did see that, actually. Duckdom, he does like playing the Ezreal. He struggled a little bit on it in his series against Afrika, I believe it was. Yeah, against Afrika. But it is actually going to be banned this time around.
And this means that Aatrox is open for Rich, if he does want it. Honestly, okay. B1 Trundle.
B1 Trundle. That's as good as it gets.
Oh, okay, well, Volibear, now here's the thing, is they might actually pick Volibear, and then Rich just gets to play Aatrox and
have fun.
I'm really not looking forward to this. I can already see the ensuing weeks of Volibear having an insufferable time in LPL and LCK, and then it having positive times elsewhere, and the arguments that will ensue. But the champion can't come in blind. The other thing is, Trundle is in the game already, which is going to harm him in the later stages. Syndra picked up, and then immediately Dynamics responded with Kalista, which is very surprising.
Yeah, I mean, you're essentially outranging yourself immediately. It's almost like they looked at a tier list of 80 carries right now, and they're like, well, up next is Kalista. And...
bread and butter, though.
Yeah.
Kalista Galio, a very strong combo of old. Hanwha Life now, at this point, they could just lock in AD carry. Alternatively, they can get their jungler right now.
And Talia comes in. I mean, this is not something that we see very often. I like that Hanwha Life now that things aren't necessarily working out. They're like, well, let's try something new. And I'm curious to see how they're going to go along with this. Notice that Aatrox was not picked up for Rich, so he may once again be forced onto something else.
Yep.
Well, he'll definitely be forced onto not Aatrox. But we'll see if maybe he can throw in another Mordekaiser.
If the Talia is jungle or AD or where she's going to actually end up. This is a very concealed draft so far by Hanwha Life. As Volibear, I mean, he can actually go jungle.
Yeah.
I'm a pretty avid believer that his best role is probably support and then jungle, and then it's top. But I'm not sure how far down the line Korea is with experimenting with him, because everyone pretty much is only playing him top. Alistar and Pantheon both banned away, so Dynamics respecting at least the Talia Pantheon
yeah, there you
combo
go.
that can exist. And Xayah is being hovered right now, but there's no hard engage that Xayah is dodging. So Xayah was one of the beneficiaries of the AD carry item changes, given the amount of crit items that she does get. Gets a little bit of extra value there, but still just a very out of place lock-in. Jace does not, I mean, he can bully Volibear, he doesn't beat Volibear. And if Volibear just gets on top of him once, the lane's over. And what I mean by that is, does Jace end up getting offset with a worse recall one time or actually just outright killed? Then Volibear will take over. The other really worrisome thing here for Dynamics is they're lacking real true damage so far. Oh man, what is this draft?
Not the first time you've said that today. Rakan seems obvious afterwards, as it should be Talia jungle, Volibear hitting up top, Rakan bottom side. The Lovers duo.
Well, it is going to be Volibear top against Jace. And we'll see. So Jace can bully him in the early laning phases, and obviously if a sizable enough advantage is secured, then Jace will continue to just bully him for the remainder. The LeBlanc into the Syndra, this actually favors Syndra if you're proficient enough at the matchup. Talia, very good into Trundle. And then the Lovers duo down there in the bot lane, so it seems like Lehens and Viper are just going to try to take over, but they're walking into a counter matchup. So everything is really all over the place. It feels like this is entirely player-led on both sides, and they're just playing what they want to play.
Yeah. And that does sometimes happen, especially at the lower end of the table where, you know, the players won't have as deep of champion pools and they'll feel comfortable mostly on, you know, 2 or 3 or a certain style of champion that may not mesh well together with the rest of his teammates. And, I mean, we're seeing it in effect right now. Curious to see if Lava's going to pilot the Syndra to a extremely high level in this one up against the LeBlanc. See if he can actually win the matchup, as looks like we're ready to jump into game 2 right now. Let's do it.
Well, at this point, we're just going to have pretty defensive openings by both parties. It's just a 5-point spread for the most part. Cuve going press the attack here against Rich on Jace. A little bit surprising. I think that Volibear has many different rune choices, and in the Jace matchup in particular, Aftershock and Phase Rush are both 2 really strong options. The press the attack is a little bit awkward because it's hard to really get onto Jace without gank assistance, and when you do, typically you're not on him for long. And so maybe Cube is taking the press the attack for his teammates in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, definitely could be. I was getting in a quick pit stop. I had an equipment change as my mic was a little bit out of whack, but we got it all fixed now. That's good. Thank you for holding on and being the lone survivor of the cast there for just a moment once again.
Yeah, not a big deal. Not a big deal.
You're becoming more and more experienced at this.
And so right now Rich is trying to poke out Cube, trying to zone him from whatever CS he possibly can. Will make him miss one. And Cube does have the Doron shield. So again, we'll see how Rich manages to play this lane out. Everything else is pretty standard for the most part. We'll see what Haru can try to find for his team in terms of ganks. Cougar missing the Justice Punch. As Wave 2 is just going to be crashed in beyond. Oh, man.
Yeah, Haru's going to have a okay, nice seismic shove. He's still got Pillar, though, and the red buff is hitting him. Red buff does get that little bit of a slowdown, but it's not quite going to kill the Taliyah at the end of that trade.
Yeah, the issue here is that clearly Beyond is aware of what's going on. Haru just really, really slow on trying to do his camps, and even though he has the smite available, the threshold just not there enough, and now flash for flash, and Beyond's just gonna take Haru's entire jungle.
Yeah, Haru is like, he puts down the ping, but he's saying, okay, maybe we can come over here and help me out a little bit. I'm not really sure exactly what this Taliyah is going to do. Really rough spot. He's like waiting to pick up the scraps. Okay, yeah, thank you very much. That feels real bad.
Yeah. And you can see the question mark ping saying that maybe there would be I mean, he's missing everything.
Yeah.
He's taking so much damage.
Definitely struggling.
From Raptors, too. I mean, he might just be tilted into oblivion. I'm not totally sure.
I know when that happens to me in solo queue.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm not a pro, but like that is one of the most tilting things. When you get invaded and you just lose your whole jungle.
Yeah.
It's rough. I mean, especially on a champion like Taliyah, who struggles a little bit before she gets her jungle item for the clear.
Yeah.
And then once you get it, it feels so much better. You're just put so far behind, and it's not like you're gonna have a big impact on the lanes for quite a while. So.
And it's going to be very hard for Haru to really do anything here. I mean, he's pretty much at this point, as is. Everyone is playing with map hacks against him. And with the lanes being the way that they are, things are definitely going to be very awkward. Also, Lava stifling his build a little bit with the double Doron's ring. Beyond is already back to his respawn camps. Meanwhile, up in top lane, interestingly enough, Rich only getting a double longsword recall. And the wave's frozen with his jungler on that side. You also know that Taliyah's camps are respawning on the top, so I'm not totally sure why he would unlock the wave rather than just freeze it. Especially because level 6 is still ways away.
Oh, this is it's real awkward. Okay.
Yeah.
Finally, at least he's going to scan the ward. Beyond throws us the thumbs up at the same time. Says that's all good.
Yeah.
Says okay.
And Cube, though, I mean, Rich is not doing that good of a job at exerting a lot of pressure over Volibear, and so even though Cube is falling behind in CS, it's definitely not the end of the world by any means. Everything is pretty standard all around.
That Volibear skin was pretty cool, by the way.
Do you like it? Really?
He looks very purple.
Did you ever see, I talked about this with Atlas, M. Night Shyamalan's The Village?
Yeah, I did actually.
So if that skin had a yellow chroma, he would be the monster.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Does it not have any chromas?
There's no chromas. It's, let me check out the name of this skin. I think it's Thousand Eyes Pierce?
Why doesn't every skin have chromas?
Okay, listen.
It feels like that's, I don't know, you know, to be honest, kind of just like money sitting on the table, right? And also to give everybody their kind of customization that they want, right?
Yeah,
it's be any color.
It's called Thousand Pierced. Now, I'm not sure.
Thousand Pierced.
Yeah, that's the name of the skin. Thousand Pierced. Now, you might be wondering, and I definitely hear the curiosity and wonder in your voice. Thousand Pierced what, LS? And honestly, Valdez, Thousand Pierced drafts is what made Volibear look as tormented as he does currently.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's a little bit sad. Is that what's going to happen to you eventually? Like, you see 1,000 Pierced drafts and then you turn into Volibear, or?
Looking at my future self, actually.
Yeah.
Yes.
Tormented LS. You just turn into a League of Legends character.
True.
Imagine how cool it would be to have a character based off of you, though. That would be pretty cool. Well, I guess we already do have one you have set. So.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
You are literally set.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not exactly fair that you already have your champion, but apparently it already exists for you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Can't say the same for everyone.
Well.
Wow. Wish we could zoom out this far while we're playing.
You have a champion of your own.
Do I?
Yeah. Heimerdinger.
Thanks.
Big brain.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, just like me.
Yeah.
I identify as a Heimerdinger. Sounds so weird. I don't know, maybe not. Seen a lot of pings here around this Rift Herald. Lava is able to somehow shut that down. They're trying to burst down Duck Dom here, and he is going to actually bite the dust. We also have TP coming in. Okay. Lehen says, actually, never mind. And the stun is going to come down. One more auto couple? No, it is going to be enough. And he does pick up the kill at the end of the day. And a very proactive Hanwha Life there is able to pick up a couple of kills in the bottom lane.
They get themselves on the board. A very much needed time. Beyond does pick up the Rift Herald, and we'll see what he ends up doing with it. As, yeah, it's really hard for Volibear to do anything. Because whenever Jace just does the transform, his movement speed is high enough to actually run away from Volibear. And also, I don't know if QV is actually maxing Q. You should max Q in this matchup. And this is another reason why Haze Rush
gonna take aggro, and he gets away. Beyond, though, is able to survive himself as Manaless Talia with red buff, who's so far behind, is not able to do too much against the Jace, who is a little bit scary with that serrated Dirk.
Yeah. And so, very curious what is going on. Honestly, he's building Triforce. This is a loss to Shopkeeper. So with Jace, Trundle, and Callista, you get so much value out of Thornmail. And so just getting the Bramble Vest early, such high impact. So here in this replay, I mean, this is just a bread and butter execution. Onto Guger and Duck Dom. Lava comes in, uses his ultimate right away, and then follows up with the stun, but Guger flashing in a bit of a peculiar manner. But yeah, I mean, you go back up into top lane, and you see the Ninja Tabi, you see the Doron shield, and if you get Bramble Vest, your sustain in lane against Jace is so much better. But also the value, even against Trundle. But it looks like he just wants to power right into Trinity Force, and I know that in Korea right now especially, everyone is seemingly divided on Volibear itemization.
Yeah. It's still up for debate, I suppose. Everybody's still trying to figure it out. It's still very early on for this champion. So we'll have to wait and see what the eventual accepted couple of builds will be. We We do have Talia here. Haru is going to start up the Ocean Drake. And bottom lane a little bit zoned away from this one. Even the middle side having a little bit of trouble getting in there. They might want to take a fight afterwards as they're not able to deny.
I mean, Kuzan has
the
no
leash.
mana. So, quite literally 0 mana. As Rich is going to shove in yet another wave, maybe look to get a turret plate here. And Cuvee not wanting to actually invest his teleport. And so this is going to mean that 2 turret plates go down and Cuvee is going to miss a cannon.
Why didn't he TP? I mean, I guess he really wants to be there for the Infernal Drake. But he's losing so much individually up in the top side.
Yeah,
and
I'm not
beating Rich.
Okay.
Maybe he wanted to freeze.
Now, well, Volibear has a really hard time freezing, but Volibear also has some tools to freeze, like he can cast the E at the very edge of the wall and then just get the shield and stand still, and then use the E's shield to drop his passive, and then go back to freezing. And so it's mostly about juggling his E shield, and then
you still
Wing.
found a way, though.
Huh?
You still found a way.
There's definitely ways to freeze on Volley. Just requires a little bit of creativity. But instead of that, we're actually just going to shove it into Jace. Now, with how far Jace is ahead right now, is if he just took that wave and froze, Volibear would be out of the game. He would have to run places that he can't do anything. He's already down a level and a half. Jace has Black Cleaver. Volibear's building Trinity Force while behind. Lost a Shopkeeper. Honestly, I really have to hit up the Shopkeeper. I gotta figure out how they manage to convince people into these deals so often. Well, it really is spectacular.
You gotta make your items very convoluted and hard to understand. Although, as I'm saying that, I'm like, it's not actually that difficult. I feel like just most people don't pay attention to it as an important part of the game. Whereas something that you definitely focus on a little bit more, especially compared to pro gamers who I think are mostly focused on their gameplay, which, you know, for better or for worse.
Well, we'll see what ends up happening. So the way that I'm imagining these team fights is everyone on Hanwha Life is so squishy now. And even Volibear, once he completes the Trinity Force, he's going to be about half to maybe even 3/4 of an item behind. He's going to run into the team fight, get subjugated, be even less tanky than he already is. He's really struggling. He's going to press the R, and it's going to be like cannonballing into a pool, but no one really likes your cannonball.
Oh,
you know
that's
those
the worst.
ones? Those are really the worst. Like you miss the floaty that you tried to land on.
Nobody's enjoying it, yeah.
Yeah.
Flop over the other side.
Exactly. I'm glad you get me. No.
Not very impressive at all. Everybody kind of just stares at you. It's definitely it's kind of a Pepe Hands moment whenever that happens. I always feel bad. But now, so instead of freezing and trying to set up a gank, we are pushing and trying to set up a gank.
Yes.
And yeah, you see what I'm saying? 5-head. No, maybe I suppose maybe they're trying to get on top of this Rift Herald, but I don't know if that's realistic.
It's a post-plate Herald, so it's not super high priority. And the surprising thing is that Dynamics, I mean, they're ahead right now, and you can see that Rich has to, okay!
Trying to set it up, but Flash will do the trick. And how about a follow-up here? They're trying to get in on there as the ult is going to come out here from the Volibear.
It's still a victory, though. They get Volibear's ultimate out right before the Infernal Dragon. And so Cuvee will not have that available. Viper trying to get something accomplished, not going to be able to. Beyond trying to pick up the Rift Herald before this Infernal Drake.
Yeah. Should be pretty good timing. They're trying to turn this one around, though, onto Rich once again, but here's Beyond. That's a double knockup, but does it matter? As Talia, she's got that one burst combo, but if you don't have enough.
Oh, Lava is so lucky
that
the chain missed.
He could have been flash followed and just died. at the end of that one. Could have been a nice 2 for 0 in favor of Team Dynamics.
And Black Cleaver Yumu's already completed for Jace. He's level 12. Is QB still 10?
Can't actually see.
Yeah.
He's dead, but no, he's 11.
He's 11.
Okay.
And Beyond is here now.
I don't think that Team Dynamics should let them have this here, but
No, I mean, Dynamics are very favored in this team fight.
okay,
very,
the TP is going to come in as they're trying to roll here onto Duckdom, but he doesn't jump on the left side of the wall because that would have meant his death. And so the wall doesn't do much, as actually a nice couple of poking gets in there. Big distortion from Kuzan for the follow-up to take out that extremely squishy bear. That's basically like a teddy bear right now. Not very ferocious, IMO. And that is going to mean the Infernal that, again, they were very favored coming into this one.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, lots of XP lost in the top lane.
Yeah, and I really like the Observer for constantly zoning in on this. And this is another, I mean, the Jace versus Volibear matchup, with how Rich played it, it actually could have been a lot better for Cuvée. But it still doesn't change the point that you shouldn't blind pick this champion. He's not blind pick worthy. Not even really pick worthy most of the time, to be super frank. I mean, we have yet to see him in the jungle and support. I'm actually more surprised that Hanwha Life wouldn't try to experiment with that. And, I mean, he just gets annihilated here.
Yeah. Look at how sad Talia is.
Yeah.
She doesn't feel very good in
And
this
then
match.
right here, yet again, Leroy Jenkins gets exhausted, doesn't really have anything to do. He just doesn't deal damage, and he's never going to get sustained damage here.
Watch him get popped by a balloon.
Yeah. Really good pillar.
Yeah.
By Beyond.
Duckdom says, get over here, Googer. Googer's like, why? And the Fate's Call kind of wasted there. Okay, everything's going to be wasted there as well. Lava is not going to be able to land the stun, and they cannot follow up with a potential kill onto the Jace, who is a bit squishy himself. Had he landed that, I think maybe they could have gotten him with no flash on the Jace right now, but took a risk. It did not pay off.
Well, Dynamics now just slowly accruing more and more map control. Still so many jungle camps up, by the way, for Beyond. Very, very surprising. As the game continues to move on, though, things are only going to get worse for Hanwha Life. Next Infernal Dragon should also be slated to go to Dynamics, and that is a very big problem. For Hanwha Life.
Infernal for LeBlanc Jace is pretty hilarious.
Yep.
And they have no tanks on their team. Like, not even one.
Volibear was supposed to be a tank.
Yeah, he's supposed to, but he's not.
He's going for the 20-minute Triforce.
Is Rakan more tanky than Volibear right now? Yes. That, yeah, tells you a lot about the current scenario. I mean,
the icing on the cake would be if Volibear goes Bramble Vest now, after Triforce.
Well, he doesn't have enough money, so we're not even gonna get to see that just yet.
2 minutes until that Infernal comes up. Banshee's Veil going to be the next item for Kuzan. Trying to do some smoke and mirrors here to take out the blue, as Haru and Lehans do not seemingly want to give up the Scuttle. They're going to end up picking that up for themselves. And you can see right now Lava shadowing Cuvée. As Kuzan just going to clear out a bit of vision. Everyone from Hanwha Life.
Well, let's see who wins this fight. He's trying to bait him in for the Syndra. Not quite able to lock him down, though. He's going to get that bit of a slow. Here comes the Syndra. The stun is going to miss again, and the ult does not pick him off, as Lava is just not really able to land a lot of these very crucial combos that you need on the Syndra in times where they need to find something like picks such as that to come back in this game.
They end up blowing Cuve's flash. And so we won't have that again. And, I mean, Volibear is so reliant on stuff like this. He also uses his ultimate. I mean, it's... Champion, yeah. And also, I mean, the really weird thing is I don't know how Lava misses this, because Jace at several points was a stationary target in the whole trade sequence. So definitely a very, very off game on the Syndra. As Rich is now looking to try to raise this turret. Here we go, TP in from behind. This should be it.
Pillar is actually going to go in front. They're just hanging up as Beyond is going to get ulted. He gets away after all of that, as Kuzan says, I'd like to get in there and do a little bit. Big, nice three-man knockup as the Galio is frontlining. And that is just going to be 3 kills for 0 so far. Not going to follow under that turret. They've already got so much after that play. Big follow-up from Team Dynamics as nothing seems to go right for Humble
saved him. Which is, I mean, wait for the replay. As I'm sure many people are eager to see it again. It is now a 4,000 gold lead. Actually, a little bit more than a 4,000 gold lead. Double Infernal, threatening Infernal Soul now. Just take a look at this. So, Rich goes in, gets stunned. Cube turning around for no reason. He had Rakan coming in. Even if he takes damage, it doesn't matter. The Taliyah wall bumps him even further to the left. Everything is just a disaster. But, I mean, Cube turning around instead of kiting into Jace. I just have no idea.
This is a pretty combo. We've seen this one before.
Allergic to the grass, I guess. I'm not sure. As yeah. The Kalista sending in the Galio, multi-man taunt, very easy cleanup, and Dynamics are just light years ahead now.
Yeah. This Teddy Bear is a little bit more accustomed to the bed sheets rather than the Rift, is what I'm seeing. He's very... He looks very fluffy.
The other thing,
not very threatening.
By the way, at this point is Haru, he built an Oblivion Orb.
Oh, I think he's just dead.
Yeah. Totally fine.
Yeah. He had to flash, too.
Well, he can go back to the fountain and think about his item choices here. As he built Oblivion when the opponents had all MR. So...
Yeah, every single
The Amp Tome should just go towards then a Blasting Wand and then a Void Staff. Which is very surprising.
Yeah, I mean... It does feel like nothing really is going right for this team so far in Summer.
Game number 1 and game number 2 started off really slow. Everything conducts itself pretty normally. Beyond had a phenomenal jungle start here over Haru. And then Hanwha Life were really playing with a bit of a disadvantage up in top lane. And then the follow-up is that because of the matchup dynamic, Viper could not really manage to achieve anything meaningful and never really come online. So, a lot of difficulty here in this game.
It's like, I think I got him, and then a very elated nice from Kuzan. He definitely feels like the carry of this team to me, by the way, just watching more of Team Dynamics, because, you know, the game right now, to be honest, there's not too many interesting things to talk about. It kind of just feels like Hanwha Life are getting crushed, so I don't really want to harp on it too much, but for Team Dynamics, it does feel like Kuzan is kind of reaching a new level. It's like he went into the hyperbolic time chamber that is Challengers Korea, of course, the best tournament in the world. And he has come out looking really, really strong. Very consistent, plays a much wider champion pool than he used to. He used to be like Lucian LeBlanc, Karma, pretty much. Now he plays a bit more, right? He can play the Azir. We already saw a really amazing Azir in the last game. So I'm really excited about this player, and the team seems to really build around him and support his play style. And they seem to have really good communication too, so they have a lot of potential in the LCK for sure.
Well, Dynamics are really, really continuing to cement the fact that they might be the 5th or even 4th, realistically, strongest team here. Definitely looking like a clean 5th.
Team Dynamics?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this is going to be their 4th series.
Judging the power level of all the teams that have played thus far.
Yeah, it does feel like 4th to 6th is probably where I'd go. It depends on, you know, it's hard to put them at 4th though because of T1 Genji, DRX, and now Damwon.
Yeah.
It's looking pretty strong. They're probably 5th.
Yeah.
I'd say right now.
5th is safe, I think, to say.
We need to see them against Afrika again. We already did see that Afrika took that series. But, you know, still a new team to the LCK. We're getting the big zoom in on the teddy bear. Again, not very threatening.
And the Infernal Soul's up in 6 seconds. I mean, Viper's just going top lane. They're not even going to bother fighting over it. There's really no hope. This is 3 Infernal Dragon amplification. And in addition to that now, the Soul. So LeBlanc just got 4 AD and 11 AP off this last dragon.
Yeah.
So
he's on a ward there.
Couple hundred gold worth of stats just off of that alone.
Not to mention the
active.
The active
of the Soul. Yep.
I guess it's not an active, but it's like a
proc.
Yeah, a proc. I guess
passive.
It's not a passive either. I think it's a proc. I think you hit the nail on the head there. So we do have the Baron available with Team Dynamics miles ahead. Lehens, he likes to go for his cute little flank plays. We've seen it a lot actually on Rakans in the past. We saw it from him in Game 1 on Nautilus. Not to the greatest of effects based on the game state, but it's still the kind of play style that he likes to go for. As that time, Guzan actually fell flat on his face with that engage. And Darkom's just soloing it.
Yeah, Darkom seems like he's actually able to do this. How many,
He needs a little bit of help.
34, all right.
Yeah, you can see it down there in the bottom left. Okay, the engage comes in for the turn as Lehens gets a very nice engage, but it just doesn't matter. There is 0 follow-up from the side of Hanwha Life as they're just getting smoked down by the Trundle and by the entire enemy team. As Lava, really nice pillar there. That's going to be the end of this one, guys.
Yep, and they have the minion wave in mid.
Yeah, not very close, unfortunately. But Team Dynamics looking pretty strong coming into yet another series. They're going to shut down Hanwha Light Esports in a clean 2-0 in very methodical fashion. GG, down goes the Nexus. And they will move up to 3-1, actually, as a team that is new to the LCK from Challengers Korea. Looking good so far. You can see all happy faces in the lineup. Everybody's smiling over there. And the coach comes over. He's got a smile on. I'm kind of not looking forward to seeing the other side of the aisle, though.
Yeah.
LS.
Well, Hanwha Life continue their losing streak.
Yeah.
And everything just looks very bizarre in the gameplay.
Yeah.
There's Rich, who had a nice Jace game, even if the early laning phase had him going pretty even, almost, with Volibear for the most part, but beyond having a phenomenal jungle performance, really helping out at several points. Obviously, the Kalista ultimates with Galio at several points were very game-changing too.
Yeah.
So Dynamics can feel pretty good about everything that is unfolding so far for them in the LCK. And they still have a couple of easier matches that are still going to be coming up. I think it's going to be very interesting to see them when they eventually collide with the other top teams inside of the league. What is going to end up happening there, because they really win as a unit.
Yeah. It's not really any one individual performance. I know I was highlighting Kuzan, especially because he's kind of a veteran in the scene. He's been around for quite a while, but never really had a successful team, really. You know, he's been on Jin Air, he's been on Hanwha, I believe, for a little bit, Hanwha Life. And their next matchup is going to be against DRX. So you were asking for some challenges. That's a huge challenge, because I think those players individually, as a whole, pretty much everybody on DRX, I think, should be ahead.
Oh yeah, maybe Jungle.
You think maybe Jungle is beyond over Pyosik?
Yeah.
That's interesting. I think Pyosik is getting better, but I can see where you're coming from for sure.
Well,
that's a very interesting matchup. That's next Thursday, actually.
And then after that, they have Sandbox as their follow-up match. So they have an interesting 1-2 week. And as for Hanwha Life, they have a couple of difficult matches coming up. They have Damwon and Afrika.
Oh boy. Yeah, I can't see that going well, to be honest. And then
Sandbox versus Hanwha Life.
Oh boy. Yeah, it does feel like we're halfway through the second week, and I feel like towards the halfway to the end of the second week is around the time where we begin to feel out, you know, where is this team exactly? You know, how do they match up against some of the other teams? And it does feel like, to be honest, that Hanwha Life and Sandbox are down towards the bottom. Well, it'll be interesting to see who can come ahead in that one. For right now, I would have to, I'd have to favor Sandbox, but we'll see how that one does happen.
And one of the things is that even when Hanwha Life manages to accrue advantages, it doesn't seem to really matter in the later stages of the game, because the team fighting and cohesion is just really not there. So many things look very off-kilter inside of the game, and Viper, I mean, bringing him in, yes, it's good, but not going to be enough, especially not in this current meta. And it's very hard to fix. I mean, we're already in summer. There's not likely going to be any new major acquisitions or changes that are going to come in that turn this team around, which is very, very interesting.
The big one was supposed to be Viper, and I can say he's definitely helping in his role. I mean, Viper and Lions are playing well. Just the team around them is not. They don't really seem to have much support, even after getting early leads for their lane.
나가는 중, 우리 나가는 중. 하나만 빼. 살렸어. 라카 밀어놨어. 살렸어.
그냥 싸우면 돼. 싸우면 강이죠.
자야 높을. 자야 궁은 있어. 네. 자야 높을인데 딸다. 자야 몰아냈어. 자야. 지금 2초 놔줘. 오케이. 근데 버려. 놔줘. 거드라야. 그거 어차피.
뭐야?
Someone saying give it to me, and there's Cougar actually. So why did you give me the kill? What the hell?
다 승리에 남자 해놨지? 난 꿀벌. 꿀벌로 가. 화난 꿀벌로 와. 그러면?
나는 귀여운 꿀벌.
화난 꿀벌로 가자. 하나, 둘, 셋.
They're talking about which emotes to use, actually. They're talking about the honeybee.
Wow.
And they were kind of, you know, they were on the same page there.
This was, I mean, Rich, he out-damaged his entire team. Wow. Okay, well,
yeah,
he did.
Yeah, he actually did.
Maybe,
wow.
I mean, obviously, we're not privy to that information prior to the player of the game vote, but I actually thought, I mean, I gave the player of the game vote to Beyond. Just because removing Talia from the game, saving Rich twice.
I don't know about that Talia, man.
Yeah,
that was...
So he bailed Rich out twice. He also helped Rich throughout the laning phase at several points, gave Rich the Herald to get all the turret plates too.
Yeah.
Kind felt really integral. I mean, his pillar as well, trapping them at the key part, but... Alright, well.
Turns out the guy that does the big shots with the big guns and the big DPS, he is going to pick up the player of the game. As, yeah, I mean, at this point, he was just unbelievably fed. And
right there, I mean, he's stationary.
He's shooting, yeah.
Yeah. Locked into animation, I have no idea. And this one, just pay attention to the Talia wall, but also Cuvee clicking away with, I don't even know, 1700 HP.
Nimbus Cloak saving beyond there. As after he flashes, he's quite fast.
It was looking like Lava was going to live. I mean, if you just watch all the team fights, not just this one, but ones from previous games as well, everything just really seems very lost.
Yeah, they're not really playing together as a team. Top side of the map still struggling a lot in their lanes, as well as, you know, just across the board. So it's hard to watch. I mean, there's a lot of guys up there on the top side that have been playing for a while and haven't really found the success that they've had in the past. So looks like, guys, though, we do have the interview ready. Let's listen in. I'll hand it over to Jason.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jason with the translation, and let's hear from Kuzan and Rich from Dynamics. How do you feel, Kuzan? I'm happy that we got a clean win 2-0 here today. Our next opponent will be another strong team, so we will do our best and come back even stronger. Yeah, I mean, they're going to face CRX in the upcoming series. What about you, Rich? It's a big relief that we got 2-0 win because we have a very tough schedule coming up. We're going to be taking on a lot of strong points, but I'm happy that we're able to stack up a lot of win points in the early of the split. Kaisa and Nautilus once again from Hana Life Esports. They are still holding to this calm. Were you guys ready for that?
미리 바이퍼 선수가 카이사를 되게 좋아하는 걸로 알고 있어가지고
Because we had this information that Viper prefers Kaisa a lot, so we kind of knew it. At the same time, I don't really kind of interfere too much about their draft on the bot side, so I just like trusted our bot laners. Kuzan, you also played a lot of fantastic performance on Azir today. Do you want to be the Azir on the next opening title? I mean, I would rather want Lissandra. Yeah, that is one of his signature picks, right? Question over to Rich. With this POG, you tied at the top of the POG standings with Mystic. 400 POG points. I never imagined this at all. But it's only a temporary number one, but still it feels awesome. Today, well, Hana Life Esports players, they're like putting a lot of effort to shut you down. But you're like dodging all the skills in the bot lane skirmish. How did you do that? Well, we were going for the Volibear and then we saw Rakan. So I was just like trying to sidestep away from it, somehow I just pulled it off. Game number 2. We saw a very unconventional draft coming out of Hana Life Esports. Why do you think the theme of their song was? I don't really know.
세계도 관심 없겠습니까? 이건 아니죠. 진짜 관심 없나? 네, 말씀해 주세요.
So what did you think about their comp? Maybe Rich has better comment about this.
리치가 말씀해 주셔도 괜찮습니다.
Volibear, Talia, this comp? I guess they were trying to do something similar to the Renekton and Talia, using that CC and then engage with Talia. So they were trying to put a lot of pressure around the top side, but it's a huge relief that I was able to survive all through out other attempts.
갈리오 서포트. 예, 이거
Another question about Cougar's Galio support.
아니 갈리오가 좀 평가가 좋아서 쓰시는 건가요?
Is that because Galio is a good champion, or is that because Cougar is confident in that pick?
국어 형이 좀 갈리오에 대한 그런
Cougar
자신감
has a lot of confidence in that pick, Galio,
꺼낼 때마다 좋은
and every time we play it, we have a good result.
예. 자, 그리고 또 요즘 팀 다이나믹스는 왜 이렇게 뭔가 해주고 싶은 사람들이 많아요, 회사가?
We had another good news for Team Dynamics, another sponsor coming in. The news just got released.
네, 거기에 아주 그 어디서
And now an ice cream company
명품 의자에
will be
아이스크림 회사까지. 아니 팀
one of their
다이나믹스의 매력이
sponsors.
뭔데 이렇게 막 서로 뭘
What
안
is the
해주려고
charming
그래요?
point of Team
팀
Dynamics?
다이나믹스가 뭐 했길래 이런 것 같아요? 이거 영업을
What have
잘해요?
you guys
이거
done?
뭐예요?
Every
뭔 것 같아요?
company is just trying to
저희 회사
sponsor you.
뭐라고 해야 되지? 저희 회사 분들이 되게
I think
저희는 이제 경기에
The
열심히
people
하고
who work
분들은
for our team, they're doing their job really well. I mean, the players, they're playing really hard, and other staffs are doing their role perfectly.
받고 있잖아요. 확실히 LCK 올라온 다음에 리치 그런
Dynamics,
부분에
you
대해서
guys
이렇게
are
후원해 주시는 분들
getting a
계시면
lot of
이렇게 한 말씀
attention
해주신다면?
since you guys joined the LCK. Is there any message you would like to say to your sponsors? We are a new LCK team, so I really appreciate all the sponsorships from all the different companies. So, and we will do our best to make it up to all the expectation around us.
뭐 쉽진 않겠습니다만 또 모르죠. 3승 1패, 4승 1패 찍을 수 있을지 끝으로
And
한번 말씀
what's your
드릴게요.
mindset going into your upcoming series?
소비 선수랑 붙게 되는데
I'll be going
되게 제가
up against Chovy,
중에 제일 잘한다고 생각하는
the
선수여서
player that I think
정말
the
열심히
best in LCK currently.
경기에 임해야 될 것 같아요.
Hence, I will practice really hard for that
가장
series.
중요하겠죠. 알겠습니다. 오늘 승리 다시 한번
Once again,
축하드리고요. 다음
congratulations on the win. And this will be the end of the interview with Kuz and Rich from Team Dynamics. And I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you, G-Sun, for the wonderful translation. Good to hear from the guys there in the interview. And cool to see that Kuzan considers Chovy the best player currently in the LCK, so you and Kuzan have something in common there, I suppose, LS. As we're taking a look at the standings here, Team Dynamics and Hama Life, the first couple of teams to play 4 games that you guys can see here.
Yeah.
Team Dynamics looking really strong so far.
Yeah, and Dynamics, right now they're in second, but again, they do have the 4 games played, so we'll have to see. Obviously, their match there are a couple of matches that are coming up are going to be very important for them. And DRX still remaining in the top right now. And it's unlikely that anyone's really going to take them down because they've already gotten through Genji and T1.
Yeah.
So it's hard to imagine them being moved from their first place slot. Next match is gonna be SP versus Genji and Damwon versus KT. And so this will really help solidify Damwon. Whereas Genji, I mean, that should be a pretty easy matchup for them.
Yeah, you would expect Sato and Prince. I feel like Genji will be one of the harder teams for them, though.
Yep.
Up against Ruler, I think they can effectively neutralize Hybrid. But either way, guys, we're going to have a quick closing here tonight. Thanks for watching once again, and we will see you tomorrow for more LCK.
And I am ready to take it on. You told me to be myself and never feel alone. You're all that I want, you're all that I need. If I was ever in the dark,